a director, a DP, a digital imaging specialist. He goes way back in the industry. He also is kind of a unique set of knowledge that most people don't think about that I'm really excited to share. And that is Phil Holland. Now, if you don't know who Phil is, you know, this is where it's going to come in handy because he's going to introduce himself and we're all going to get to learn it together. And always click subscribe to the channel if you want to help and support and all that good stuff. And if you have any questions along the way, just put them in the comment section. We'll try to get to them as they make sense, but we'll try to get to all of them that we can. So without further ado, here is Phil Holland. Hello, Phil.
Hey there, Scott. How are you?
I'm well. So go ahead and just tell everybody who you are and all that good stuff.
My name is Phil Holland. I'm a director and cinematographer based in Los Angeles, California. I've been in the industry since the 90s, kind of late 90s, mid 90s. And I've had a pretty weird journey in this industry, kind of going over the transition of film to digital as our primary medium. And I think I'll be talking a little bit about that. For Scott, I've known, how long have I known you now, Scott?
Well, I mean, I guess about 5 years, I guess would be the,
I would say.
When did you write your book?
Oh gosh, that was 4 or 5 years ago, I guess.
Yeah, that's when I first met you. I got you to sign it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, there you go. So I wanted to prepare something a little bit special for you. I do a lot of interviews and things like that, specifically at trade shows, anything usually about cinematography or camera technology. I think a lot of people seem to be very interested in my opinions about things, as well as my expertise, I guess. But for you in particular, I wanted to do something that I don't think I've ever done before. So I just scoured the last 20 something years of BTS footage and stills and kind of going over most of my journey in this career. I said that the right order, right? Yeah. So, this is not prepared. So we're going to be bouncing around quite a bit, but I've had a very peculiar journey. Before we get going, I want to know what your share link is, Scott. Did you do that already?
Well, it's on Facebook and it's on YouTube. And let me copy.
Oh, this is the event today.
Yeah.
I want to share it to everybody because this is going to be pretty cool. I want people to kind of tuck in on this one.
Everyone out there, go ahead and take the YouTube link or the.
Here we go.
Let me find the actual.
Click on this. Well, let's see. I'm live with you right now. It's just the
Matrix. That's fine. That's everybody's used to this.
Oh, sweet.
Share the link
and the delay. Okay.
There we go. And then we got.
Okay.
You should have about a 20 or 30 second delay on that. That's the YouTube there.
Okay.
On live with @Phil Holland. There we go.
So before we get rolling, I want to say feel free to ask questions to any of the viewers. I have a very interesting amount of experience in this industry, and it's going to be a fun one. Going live with Scott. Right.
And Ali wants to point out that the record is 5 hours and 3 minutes and 22 seconds. So, if you want to set any records, that's what you got to.
I don't know if we're going to go for 5 hours. I'm going to probably want to make some dinner or something at that point. But
that does come in handy. Welcome. Thank you for joining. And, whatever you want to talk about. I mean, this is a great opportunity for you to talk about all the things, like you said, that you don't get to talk about, because this is more about people learning from you and not learning the thing they want to teach from you. It's what because you have a teaching background. You have all kinds of good stuff we can get into.
Yeah, I think part of the inception for this particular stream came from last Tuesday when we were on this live stream conference with a bunch of cinematographers and filmmakers around the world. And somebody asked me some question about something, and I just went spiraling out of control about, my history in the industry. And it's a peculiar journey. It's an unusual journey. I didn't do anything in any, there was no path for me, honestly, initially. So, and it was fun talking about it. And I was like, you know what, they got a kick of seeing some BTS and stuff. So let's have some fun here.
So how did you get started? And what was your journey like you said, you didn't have a path, but
yeah.
How did you stumble upon it? How did you?
So when I was a kid, I grew up in Southern California, and I was I grew up in a place called Chatsworth, California, and you could literally get on a bicycle and, ride over to a movie set or a TV set or something similar to that. And I was always curious about the industry. And back in the day, it was a very different world. Like if you were polite and quiet, they'd let you even come on set and eat lunch as long as you didn't get in the way. Usually I would just, sit and watch, and occasionally someone would like goof around with me or something because I was a kid. But yeah, I was always curious about the industry, but none of my family was in the industry. And I was constantly told that there was no way to make a living in entertainment. And that was, par for the course for me. Is if someone gives me something that's hard to do, I'm going to probably find a way to do it. And that's one of my beautiful little flaws, I guess. So at that time, I was very hell-bent on science as a career. I won a couple state science fairs. Photography was a part of my life initially. When I was very little, like elementary school, I was actually much more interested in like doing bad things with cameras. Like I was doing like light leaks and double exposures. I was like totally into that. And I have all these like goofy photos from elementary school and like, third and fourth grade of all my friends, like ghost exposures. And then I kind of put photography down for a little while because I was interested in some other stuff. I was getting younger. I was, getting into girls and stuff like that. And what happened when I was in 7th grade was I had a literature teacher who was amazing. His name was Jack McGee, hugely influential on my career path when I look back at it now. And long story short, got in trouble. He made me write creative short stories every week. It was a fun thing. And inadvertently through that class, I had to make my first short film. And I was like 13 years old, I think. 13, 14, what, 7th grade? I don't even know. And that was interesting. So my first short film was called The Reaper, and it was shot on VHS. It was edited linearly through VCRs. And I got really into the process of visual storytelling because I was the type of kid who liked playing with my G.I. Joes and my Star Wars figurines, and often at the same time mixing universes and breaking all the rules. He-Man was probably in there too, and that old cartoon Mask. I love those little things. So yeah, I was always like going off into different worlds with those characters, and I was doing a little bit of journaling and stuff, and that was kind of like stuff that was going on. And no one in my family and no one around me knew what to do with that, I guess. So moving forward a little bit, I ended up being homeschooled for my last 3 years of high school, and that provided a lot of free time. I was exploring sciences deeper, but at this point, I was also taking a keen interest in drawing. Yeah, the crashing of the VCR, man, that was a different time. The RCA cables or whatever. Yeah, that's actually on my Facebook page somewhere. I should have probably prepped it if I was going to talk about it. Didn't think I was going to talk about it. But yeah, I was studying drawing. I was getting really interested in that because that was something that was kind of a constant in my life as well. And there was this magical thing also going on in the entertainment industry called video games that I took a real keen interest in. And someone had to design video games. They had to design the creatures, the characters, the environments, the world. I got real curious about that. And I started just trying to reach out to anybody that did anything like that. And you got to keep in mind, this is like, I don't even know if LiveJournal was around back then. It was before Friendster even. No MySpace, no Facebook, no iPhone, no nothing. Similar, actually, for the first several years of my career, there was none of that. But I was studying anatomy, learning how to draw in perspective, discovering creature and character design on my own. I grew up a Star Wars kid, and there was a couple films that obviously were pretty influential, probably the same as everybody. But one of the things I had when I was a kid that I'll never forget, and I still have it somewhere, was the original Ralph McQuarrie portfolio for Star Wars. And something that always jazzed me about that was seeing how his designs ended up being translated and brought to the big screen. And I'll tell you, Scott, I watched Star Wars on Channel 5 and taped it on the VCR and rewatched it as a kid. And then in '93, when Jurassic Park came out, I saw dinosaurs brought to life for the first time in a photorealistic way, in a very convincing way. I was a Cousteau kid. My mother and father were Audubon student naturalists as well as I, and big into nature and stuff. And when I saw dinosaurs brought to the screen like that, it changed something in me. This is not an unfamiliar story. I think this happened for a lot of people of our generation.
Quite a few.
And that definitely made me acutely aware of visual effects. So I started getting curious about that. And I started studying 3D at the same time. It was just this mishmash of things because I had the free time with homeschooling, where I could just explore my own personal interests. And man, my early 3D work was awful, absolutely awful. But it allowed me as a teenager to have a dialogue that like literally none of my friends were doing anything like this. I mean, we would go play basketball or volleyball and goof off. But beyond that, it was school. And then I was at home drawing 2 to 16 hours a day, just trying to get better because I was awful compared to the artists I was looking up to. Then around this time, a buddy of mine, Micah, his cousin happened to work in the industry, and he brought me to a studio called POP, Pacific something Post. I don't know. I can't remember. And they were a small post house, but they had like the breath from Titanic being composited and stuff like that. And at that point, I had a very rudimentary experience and entry-level experience on compositing and stuff. So I took a heightened interest in seeing how it was done at a high level, on a feature film level. And then they had a film scanner there. No, they had a laser recorder. What was in the clean room? They had some film scanner there. It was a smaller one of them. It was a 2K scanner. So I was introduced to that world. And also around this time, got super into trying to break into games. So I did some QA testing and a little bit of design for a company called Flux that did a game called Vigilante 8, which was like a Twisted Metal, like a better graphic Twisted Metal, basically, with better physics and stuff, if anyone remembers the PlayStation game. And I just very short time here and there. And strangely, Jeff Sparky ended up working at Rhythm and Hues after POP, and there was an opportunity to test a video game that the visual effects studio was making called Eggs of Steel. So this was a different era. This is when, gosh, how do I describe this time frame? The industry was much smaller, and studios were constantly developing their own IP and things like that. And at the time, it was like ILM, Rhythm and Hues, Digital Domain. Weta was not there yet. ImageWorks, I think, was there. So, like, you know, this was one of the top 3 visual effects companies in the world. And this is back when there were like, what, 7 movie studios. So it wasn't uncommon for things like Rhythm and Hues to be working on a Final Fantasy game or developing their own IP Exasteel. So when I was like 17, I got to do a little bit of testing at the building. And I saw this studio that was so different than Chatsworth in the future that was kind of in front of me with pursuing, at that time, biological engineering. And that was a new science too. I mean, that was fringe science that was into DNA testing and all sorts of weird stuff. But and it's not fringe now. It's like everything. So yeah, to make a long story short, I got real curious about it. I expressed an interest in like, man, I want to come work here. When the testing was done and they actually moved the rest of the game development to Japan for some reason, and there's some other stuff. Hard to remember everything. But I was working at a computer company at this point. I worked at a video store during my teenage years, and then at a certain point I moved over to a computer company, which was a weird experience. And I was there for about 9 months. And I'm like 18 or on my way to 19 at this point. And this 2-month opportunity came up at Rhythm and Hues. And at this point, I already got to work on set a couple times because, like I was saying, you could just get on a bike and ride around and see a movie being made back in the day. And there were some films that were being made like in Chatsworth, Reseda. And at this point I was driving, so it was like easy to just go around and you'd see the lights and stuff and you just stop and watch and see what people are up to. And there was this one movie that was being filmed, I think it was in Reseda at the time. And I saw a guy walking around with a Fresnel, a 2K Fresnel. And he looked like he was struggling. Like he had stuff. He had like cables on him too. And I'm like, hey man, do you need a hand with that? I just was being polite because like I saw a dude like, you know, working. And he's like, do you know what this is? And I said, it's a Fresnel. And at this point I had some theatrical experience with stage lighting. So the lighting technology wasn't unfamiliar for me. And also I knew what it was and knew how to operate it. And I think that was like strangely a test. Like perhaps my entire career would be different if I didn't know what a Fresnel was. That would be interesting. So he invited me onto set. I helped him rig and stuff for like a couple hours. And then he told me to show up tomorrow, the next day. And he's like, yeah, we'll pay you. I was like, oh, wow. Okay, cool. And then I was gripping and gaffing for petty cash for a couple of weeks on a film called Magnolia. And there were a couple other random opportunities like that in there that were like, hey, can you move cameras around and stuff like that for a day or something? And it was like always like a couple $100 or whatever it was. It was a very different time, a very small industry back then. I can't even fathom how this would go down today because like you can't even get on the sets the same way.
Right. Not at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a note for everybody out there. I noticed this strangeness that I wasn't seeing any Facebook comments show up here on my feed. For some reason, the Facebook comments are not coming across over here. So if you're asking a question on Facebook, I can see it and I will ask it of Phil directly verbally, but I won't be able to display it on there. If you want to be able to be displayed, if you want to hop over to the YouTube channel and watch it there, that's fine. Otherwise, they're both going to be there and I'll try to get them as they fit. But a lot of people are saying hello to you there, Phil.
Hi all. Good to see y'all. Not actually see you. I'm just staring at this iris of a lens.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, fast forward to the Rhythm and Hues opportunity. What was presented to me was a 2-month temporary position, a graveyard position to do film operating. And what that meant was with visual effects, you have to digitize film and then shoot it back out to film after you add your CG creatures or whatever via laser recorder. And my initial job at that studio was to merely, at a command line, type film and then a film request number, which was tied to an SQL database, which pointed to a file set somewhere in our server system. And I can't stress, at this time, I mean, storage and hard drives and stuff were very different. This was an era of Netscape Navigator. Yeah, I mean, none of the world that we know of today existed. I don't even know if...
What year was this?
99. I was hired in
Okay.
99 at Rhythm and Hues. That was what I refer to as my really big break, because when I was 19 and got hired there, I didn't go back and do anything else afterwards, basically. Whereas like the earlier opportunities I was doing from like 16 to 19, I was still working at a video store, and then I was working at a computer company and doing whatever. I think I worked a Christmas tree lot one December, and that was killer money because the tips. That was good times. I've been working my whole life. My father was a woodworker, and I got paid early on so I could like buy my own toys and stuff. I wasn't exactly the most well-off kid or anything. So working wasn't really a foreign concept to me, and making money certainly allowed me to explore things I was interested in, whether that was toys or art books or whatever. So yeah, once I started working at Rhythm and Hues, pretty scary interview process. There's several interviews that led to a 3-person or 4-person, I think it was 3-person interview. And my first boss at the time was a woman named Megan Bryant, who then became Megan Edwards. Will McCowan, who was my manager the entire time, basically I was at Rhythm and Hues. I mentioned him because he was kind of like a really good person as a mentor figure, but he was also one of the inventors of the 4K film scanner that we had at the studio, which was the first 4K film scanner invented in 96, I think. And then they won the Technical Academy Award for that. So I'll just put you in this perspective, because I think it's really important to understand like my mindset here. I'm 19. I have a knack for technology. I picked up digital still cameras and stuff early on, back when they were like 0.3 megapixel, because I was using them for reference to learn how to draw.
The Sony Mavica.
Yeah. And like I left a job where like, I had my own desk and stuff, and I was there for like 9 months and climbing for this like 2-month opportunity, and I did not know. That 2-month opportunity turned into an 11.5-year career at that studio. Which also afforded me the opportunity to work for pretty much every other studio. And it was, I mean, I don't know if I would ever trade this experience for anything, honestly, because it was so exciting. But the first days at Rhythm and Hues, I was walking through the hallways, and it really dawned on me. Megan famously said something to me early on. She said, remember that the work that you do here is extremely important. And I suddenly found myself 19 years old, not a lot of experience, in a $100 million movie studio with people who invented technology that this industry ran on. People who invented motion control equipment for Star Wars. It was every day I would pass these people in some way, shape, or form. In my first year there, I was actually working graveyard, and I'd come in on Friday for the company meeting, which the president of the studio, John Hughes, would orchestrate. Scott dropped out, so it's just me now. He'll come back, I hope. So lonely. No. So yeah, I mean, I was suddenly aware of the gravity of the situation I was in. And I was working in the scanning and recording department, and doing a seemingly extremely mundane job of typing film, a number, loading a laser recorder. At the time, we were using something called LUTs laser recorder. We had 2 of those, which were about the length of a BMW, or not a BMW, a VW Beetle. Then we had a Solitaire, which was a CRT-based technology. The LUTs used lasers. I remember calibrating the lasers on the LUTs laser recorders by using a mirror and shooting a target onto the wall and drawing circles around 3 beams and trying to get them tighter as you adjusted the attenuator. It was a interesting process, and we had a really cool tech who taught me how to do all that. And at the time, there was the 4K film scanner. And what happened was, in the 2 months I was there, I showed a lot of interest. I was actually a fast learner. And I also was contributing in some way positive to our department. Meanwhile, there was something else going on around me. I was in the scan record department, and you have to keep in mind that this is an era. What was that?
Oh, just well-planned outage there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This was an era before the term digital intermediate existed. Digital color correction was a really, 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 really new concept to the industry. And my supervisor, Megan, would come into the studio at like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. And by the time I would come in on my normal night shift at 11, she would still be doing color work. So she was very dedicated. Big work ethic, really, it was her department. And, I think a lot of my determination came from her early on in terms of like what she was doing. But I mean, she was dying. I saw how much effort she was putting in with the color process at the time. Now you have to keep in mind, this is back when like movies didn't have a lot of visual effects shots. I mean, like 36, sometimes was a lot. On a big movie, maybe up to 300. But the original days of color correction at the studio involved a calculator, a notepad. We were working on Unix boxes, and we would use something called WFD to compare frames that we would render through a script called RComp, and we would make averages and swap back and forth to see how we were doing. And the original color correction in the industry was very limited because what we had to do at the studio more or less had to be replicated at the lab. And this is where like the whole thing opened up for me, because I made it my business to understand and get to know the entire workflow. And this meant understanding film processing, understanding the laser recorder, understanding like down to the bolts kind of thing. And the film scanner and just everything. And the first thing that I did at the studio that was notable in that first year, I noticed I was doing something repetitively, right? So I taught myself how to program, and I jokingly made a program called Film, Philm. The very first program I made, really. And all it was initially something that would run and automate the film recording process. So I didn't have to actually type in film when a request came in from our database. That single thing provided me enough time to learn how to use the scanner. And when you're using the film scanner, you're suddenly now imbued with even more responsibility because you have the original camera negative. So it wouldn't be, out of the realm of possibility to be holding a $5 to $10 million piece of film, basically. So the stakes are much higher, and it was an interesting concept because we were doing big movies, and you might be scanning some film from something, and if it gets chewed up or damaged on the scanner, that set's been torn down for 3 months already. It's stakes are high at that point.
Did that happen often? Was that
the scanner did occasionally choose some negative? It was the original scanner, though incredibly powerful, had some quirks to it. And it was just, it's mechanical. There's sprockets moving, just like in a film camera. This happens. You get jammed up and things. And it was interesting because this actually, I'll show you a picture of it in a minute. But it was a CCD imager, super cooled. Actually had a Nikon 105 macro in front of it, and that's how we were digitizing everything. Really cool technology, actually. So the thing ended up like shooting electricity through me one day and making me black out on a Friday. That was pretty crazy. But and then we eventually replaced it with a Northlight scanner, which I'll share some pictures of. But yeah, so basically this one program film allowed me to tackle scanning, and I made a program to tackle scanning. And what was initially a 24/7 department, I was able to actually virtually remove the need for a graveyard shift most of the year by doing all of that. And that was a huge, huge thing because it saved the company money. And I'll tell you right now, if you want to have a career in the industry, if you can find ways to save people money and do things more efficiently, good way to be. That's been a strange constant in my career because I guess I'm a creative problem solver. You know, I enjoy doing that. And so this one program film, PHILM, I ended up actually doing like moderate level like AI coding for it. So now it was like searching for problems when like the database was erroring. It became this like whole other thing where like that was a minimal part of my job, except for one specific part where the studio started trusting me more and more. When you would cut the film and send it to the lab, we went through several different labs during my time there, but mostly CFI before they closed down, Technicolor, Photochem, Deluxe, all the labs you could possibly imagine out here, but mainly CFI back in the day because, you know, they were huge. So you would cut the film, and then at midnight or whatever, and if it was after midnight, you would daylight the can. Then we'd go to the lab, and then come back, and then you'd have to inspect the prints to see if they are NG or good. We had this LAD target. In fact, I probably still remember our first and second ones. Our first one was 109, 106, 103. God, that's so bad that I can still remember that 20 years later. This is stuff that's like stapled into your head, right? Yeah, pretty weird. But, you know, then it was like scanning on the densitometer, reading the LAD patches to see if the print was good. I suddenly had this like very deep knowledge of film by doing all of this. And then it came down to the task of color. And color was something I was already doing in one way or another. And by going down to the labs and seeing how film prints were made and film negs were developed and some of the experimental processing at the different labs and each unique bleach bypass technique, the use of color filtration, sometimes onset, I mean, my mind not only expanded just by what was coming into it, but also the creative possibilities. And Megan was getting to a point where she was about to have some kids, and I've never seen someone struggle leaving a job so much because she really wanted to raise her kids and have the time because her husband, Chris, worked at eFilm. And man, I get emotional when I think about this back in the day. Yeah. More or less, Megan went off to go have some kids and become a mom. And I took her office. And the only thing that really allowed for that is I developed the color correction pipeline as well as some software for the studio. And what was happening on an exponential curve was the amount of color work. And the whole command line method could not be done anymore. You got to keep in mind, no DaVinci Resolve, nothing like this back then. So our studio made a bunch of proprietary software, one of which was a compositing suite called ICY. And for ICY, you could actually program nodes and have things interacting with the database and all sorts of stuff. So I went off on my own and came up with this entire pipeline and versioning system because I saw what the job was with the command line, and I would see what was going on, and I eventually started doing it that way. But what I did was not only make it much more efficient, but allowed for way more possibilities. But the key thing was the workload. So I was doing digital color, I think I think one summer I was doing 6 different movies, and that was like unheard of before because it was thousands of shots. And it was a whole different world. And what used to be like a heavy workload of 30 shots, like I would be dealing, gosh, X-Men 2 was a good example where we would have shots where there was like 72 to 200 shots in a scene that we'd have to tackle. And that is big work. Like Scooby-Doo 2, I remember being pretty heavy. Riddick was pretty heavy. But it wasn't actually daunting for me because I developed this pipeline that I was like grotesquely familiar with. And then there was another transition that happened in that moment where you started to be able to get a little bit more creative with the color correction. It wasn't just about color correction now, it was about color grading. So with my strange knowledge of film processing, things would come across my desk like, hey, Phil, we want a bleach bypass look, but we're not actually bleach bypassing the film. Okay. That meant I had to come up with ways to emulate that. And there was already a lot of emulation going on for me at the studio. Like I would scan in film grain profiles that we would use to overlay on top of our CG graphics, which will be funny in a few days. And, stuff like that. So I had to devise testing methods to figure out the color response on the film, and I would shoot short ends and figure stuff out. It was insane. Like we used to get all these short ends from productions, and it wasn't actually a big deal. We had a couple cameras at the studio, including a VistaVision 8 perf camera, which we used for miniature shoots and stuff. We actually had a stage back in the day. So it was like either a process of me going out and shooting some crap, either with a still camera or a film camera, or asking somebody to shoot a chart or something on set, or doing like an exposure ramp. It was, kind of a weird time. But it became like my business. For like 6 years, I was the primary digital colorist until we stole Anthony Harris over from ImageWorks. And at this point, we did something amazing. We went over to the Baselight system. But I should rewind a little bit right here because I'm obviously referencing shooting some stuff. And what was also happening, I guess the other thing to understand about this era is the separation between pre-production, production, and post-production was much less than it is now. We would sometimes be working on films during pre-production, figuring stuff out. Chronicles of Narnia, which was still the longest movie I've ever worked on to date, 2.5 years, we were on that early on because there were creature designs that need to be made, things that had to be tested, pipelines that had to be created, stuff I was a part of. I was good at developing pipelines and workflows for different films, and it seems every movie I worked on, there was always something new that needed to be created or, whatever. So what happened was we were shooting visual effects elements out of nowhere. So people needed like a pyro element because we needed explosions. We needed some, sand moving or something. I have some weird stuff that we shot in one of the offices for one of the Mummy films. That'll be kind of fun. So yeah, I started doing that kind of work early on. I think the first footage I ever shot that ended up on the big screen was in the movie Elf with Will Ferrell. Yeah, Cotton Clouds on a frame, shot in our screening room on film. But also what was happening here was the digital cameras were coming out, and I was also exploring those. If we were, needing a pelican or something, birds, like go shoot some crows up in the sky that were going to be this big on screen, it didn't really matter what camera you were using to capture it. You just had to go capture it. But equally as relevant during this era was the sort of navigation to digital cinema cameras. And things were coming across the studio. We were the scan record department, right? And we became the scan record color department. And then I called it the digital imaging resources department. because I changed my title to digital imaging specialist, because at that point I was spending enough time on set and doing all the other things I was doing at the studio that I'm like credited in movies. Like if you watch some of the end credits, it's scan, record, color coordinator Phil Holland, and it takes up the entire screen. And it was so weird. And then there was some movie, it was one of the ones I did like a matte painting or something on, where I was like credited multiple times, and I got in trouble for being credited multiple times. And I was like, well, I worked on it for a year and a half. Like I didn't know you guys were gonna dump a couple credits in there. And they're like, what do you want to be called? Do you want to be a scan, record, coordinator? So I had to like call people to figure out what it was, and I created this job title called digital imaging specialist. This was before the term digital imaging technician even existed. Man, I should have did that early. Technician would have been so good. But digital imaging specialist basically allowed me to be on set with a camera, shoot whatever people needed me to do, stills or motion. It allowed me to do things at the studio with other types of image acquisition, with other pipelines I created, like cross-polarized texture photography or the spherical HDR cameras to do image-based lighting, which I'll show some stills here. I know I'm talking, but
let's
yeah.
pause your career
Yeah,
for
yeah.
a moment, allow you to take a sip of water there, and let's throw some random questions in here. They're kind of coming in. I'm sure people are coming and going, and let's try to get to their questions here as we can. First one is pink really a good place for Caucasian skin on red DSMC2? I'm assuming they're talking about false color.
Ooh, skin tones. My favorite conversation. If you ask 100 different filmmakers what a good skin tone is, I want them to give you a finite answer. So like when you think about the scopes, like a vector scope, right? And you're in DaVinci Resolve and you have that little marker that you can turn on to show you where skin tone should go.
Just that little line, yep.
Yeah, that's cool. But what if you're using colored light? Like Scott's a little orange right now. I'm under daylight conditions and I'm white balanced.
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay, fine. Whatever. But this is the point I'm making. When I started learning about color and color theory, I think it was John Singer Sargent and strangely a matte painter by the name of Craig Mullins. We had a conversation one night on a web forum called Cygen about skin tones. And Sargent believed, he was an oil painter, a very famous painter. If you look him up, John Singer Sargent. I think he studied Howard Pyle, who was before his generation. Sargent basically said it didn't matter what the skin tone was. You can paint it any color you want. And he's not wrong. He's more or less making the point about where a skin tone should land is a place that you can see it. So there's a level of tonal contrast and color contrast against the scene if you want to actually separate it. And strangely, this comes actually in the form of lighting, exposure. And then when you're talking about the color, I think I might cuss, Scott. I might cuss. It's going to happen.
Keep it light. You're good.
Our industry has developed into some areas where, things like in a vector scope, you have a little spike that you're supposed to actually, grade your skin colors to. But that has very little to do about being a filmmaker, and actually has very little to do about being a colorist. If you're doing a bunch of talking head interviews and you're trying to make skin look like it did probably in a well white balance situation like this, go for it. It's a little helper. It's a helper tool. But it's not something to always live and die by. What people get really freaked out about with skin tones is contaminating the warm colors with things like greens or magentas or sometimes some other colors that might sprout up. And there's some of these colors that actually happen naturally in the spectrum of light. Like daylight has green in it, and it might actually show up in skin. But if you're really good at lighting on set, you know how to avoid that with your angle of incidence and things like that. So it gets a little bit hairy, but the the common trend, at least in this era with skin tones, is people mostly simplify the palette, tend to push it warm. And then like the next level up for a colorist is to kind of enhance the shadow saturation. Like if you have a core shadow on a face, you'll, like on my face right here, if you look right here is a little bit more in shadow, you might actually increase the saturation a little bit here to have a little bit of redness coming in. And that's usually because the light fall off. It's a little bit of a play because you might have a desaturated highlight in more saturated shadow. You'll see that juxtaposition, like a warmer highlight and a cooler shadow, or vice versa. So those are different levels, but those are general guidelines that are barely rules in my world, because the palette is broad. If you're looking for a simplified skin tone, yes, that's probably where you want to push it. But some people prefer oranger skin, like a lot of like old school DPs. I mean, you're still working with tungsten, or LEDs push tungsten to get that little warmth, and you're not looking for a pink skin. You're looking for something a little bit orange or a little bit yellower. It's actually a harder color to really put your finger on. Deacon's, like if you look at some of his work, he tends to light faces warm in warm lit scenes to a very monochromatic or analogous scheme. So it's only taking up so much of the color wheel, but only a slice of it. And that's actually kind of a nice way to think about it. So, and he's doing that on set. He's famous for using his one LUT or whatever, but he's actually lighting that way too. It's not just the LUT in that specific situation. I hope that answers that question. That was pretty long and expansive.
Another one for you here. Do you follow AR, MR? Do you see a future for augmented reality in the industry?
Yeah, I kind of deal with a lot of bleeding edge entertainment related things. And I think we're still in the adolescent phase of mixed reality and augmented reality. I've seen some crazy stuff that's not out yet. And the potential for how it will change real world experiences, even in stores or in home, is there. Do I think that's going to make people want to stop making two-dimensional movies? No. I've been in the industry long enough where like 3D has sprouted up several times, right? And there's always this like, we live in such a fickle industry where, oh, everything's going 3D or everything's not going 3D. That's not what it is. Everyone can choose whatever mediums they can explore. Like 3D in cinema goes over pretty well because it's it's no longer really a casual viewing experience. You could put a helmet on or something like that. So as AR and MR develop a little bit further, and maybe not necessarily wearing goggles, you'll start seeing some really powerful opportunities with it. Like right now we're seeing smart display screens where you stand in front of a piece of glass and it's detecting and scanning you and doing all sorts of stuff. And what it can present behind you, on top of you, and reflecting you could all be mixed reality. And, I think the earliest demo we saw of that was like clothes sizing, like the virtual sizing room at like a department store. That's a really good example. But like that's a very, very small percentage of the potential there. So, yeah.
Okay.
More to come on that front.
Yeah. Here's one, and he has an addendum to it as well. As someone relatively early in their career in the camera department, but with a clear idea of where I want to go, would you recommend taking every opportunity I can get, or being more selective with jobs that appeared more directly to my goals? And then he says, an addendum, and generally, I happen to be in a camera department, but I'd like to see the answer applied to any career path in film.
Yeah, I'm the textbook example of somebody who took opportunities. But at the same time, I didn't take every opportunity presented in front of me. Some of it actually kind of haunts me to this day a little bit, but at the same time, hindsight's 2020. I was talking on the live stream last week with you guys when I got offered that job at ILM for episode 2, that was probably the hardest decision of my career at the time, to turn that down, because at the time I already had my own office at the studio. And actually, knowing what I know about myself now, I probably would still be at ILM or something goofing off over there. But, I was doing interesting things at Rhythm and Hues, and I was working on a bunch of movies at the time, so I didn't really see much of a reason to leave. But I'll tell you right now, if they offered me that job 2 years earlier, I would have killed 3 of my friends to get that job. I mean, I would have jumped through a window on fire to get that job. But I had a little bit of traction under my legs and some experience, and I saw what I was building at Rhythm and Hues, and I wanted to remain there. And it's rare to stay at a visual effects studio for more than a couple projects, honestly. I stayed there for a lot until it was time for me to kind of graduate. So, yeah.
Ray Rushing said he was watching an interview with Deakins, and he asked him if he was adjusting his lighting for skin tones in Blade Runner, and short answer was no. He was lighting it so it looked the way he wanted it, not to protect for an accurate skin tone.
Yeah, I mean, Roger, God, my first interaction with Roger was, it might have been 20 or 21, and he gave me some advice early on that helped me. And has continued to do so. In fact, I ran into him recently at the ASC Awards while 1917 was steamrolling, and I always take the opportunity to kind of thank him. I remember before Blade Runner shot, we had a moment to chat, and I asked him if he was going to shoot anamorphic, because that was like really on my mind. I was like, dude, because he doesn't. He shoots spherical. Like, he knows spherical. It's his voice. Like, it's in his blood, I think. And the way he was telling me about it, like, he was like, oh, we're thinking about it. But like everything about his like demeanor and everything he was saying, like, told me, oh, there's zero chance they're shooting anamorphic. And that was like a year and a half before they got rolling. Yeah, I think if you look at Roger's work, he's lovingly what I refer to as a brass tacks DP. And I kind of line up with that mindset, where his fundamentals of what he's doing on set, if he wants the skin to be a different color, he's probably going to tackle it via lighting first, more than anything. It's not something you're going to necessarily push around in the grade too much. The grade becomes more of a style sort of overlaid over the entire image, and that's kind of what he's really going with. But what you see is his exposure logic, his lensing logic, his lighting logic, and that's what he does. Yeah.
Jackie?
Actually, okay. I want to add one thing to that. One of the early films that I learned about cinematography from was Shawshank Redemption. I still think it's one of the best movies ever made. And Roger didn't know he was doing it at a time, I'm sure, but I told him, I don't know, 20 years ago, maybe 18 years ago, I was like, that movie is a virtual textbook on how to light a film. Everything that you usually would do, I mean, there's stuff you might do in a sci-fi space adventure or whatever that isn't in Shawshank, but like, if you study that film, he's got big setups, he's got single bulb setups, he's got under key stuff, he's got moonlight stuff. I mean, it was just one of those films I saw when I really turned on that eye. I was like, yeah, that's a dude who knows what he's doing. And at that point, he certainly knew what he was doing. So, yeah.
Okay, Jackie asked, what is the most important thing for a DP to practice or learn about in their career, trying to keep this film student hat on? Mm-hmm.
All of my knowledge came from experience. And there's just a litany of things that happened through working at a studio that did animation and things like that, where we had conversations on a creative level about feeling, tone, mood. The concept of exposing an image is not that hard, but exposing an image to tell a story is a different task. You might want to shoot something under key. you might want to shoot something above key. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about when I say key, usually we refer to that as like a metered 18% gray, and where like you'd expect skin tones. Like I'm probably at key. I think Scott is too. He's got a little bit of a darker shadow on one side, but
It's because you called me orange.
this is bothering me right now. But we're in my house, and like I'm not going to put a flag right there. But if this was a set, I would put a flag right here,
Right.
or out of frame. But yeah, you have to. I think being a cinematographer, you have to learn to listen. You have to hear what the client or director's intentions are. You have to look at that script a little bit differently. You have to think about what's the best ways to tell the story. What focal lengths, what formats. It's a lot of things, but I would think my number one advice for anyone ever pursuing this is you got to know the camera inside and out. And you have to understand exposure. You have to understand aperture. You have to understand what raising your ISO does to the image, or vice versa. What your codec is on your camera, even. There's some minutia that will forever be going into a downward spiral, and I'm certainly lost in that. But the fundamentals of visual storytelling come down to how you dissect and communicate ideas on screen. So if a director says, I want to shoot this, but I want it to feel friendlier, even though it might be a darker scene, you have to come up with solutions for that. You have to have a vocabulary and be able to communicate those ideas. And fortunately for me, with my background with painting and all of that, it all seemingly was natural. And I remember like weird days where I'd be on set and like someone would ask me something, and I had an answer because it was an answer that was developed from either staring at paintings or painting until 5 o'clock in the morning, or doing lighting tests. I used to do lighting tests on myself well before it was like in vogue to shoot selfies and stuff. Oh, that's what I should have brought up on. I have some of those on my website, actually. I used to shoot self-portraits, Scott, for like 2 years, almost every day. And sometimes several times a day, because I get different lights and vintage movie lights from the 50s, because I wanted to see what the light was different. Why was this bulb different than the newer bulb? Or it was a really good way of practicing early on.
All right, let's pop 2 more questions in real quick, and then we'll get back into your story.
Oh, okay,
here. Here we go. Ali asks, did your background experience in film influence your decision to choose red over, say, Airy?
That's interesting. Yes-ish. I think a lot of people know me as a red shooter, but before most of you knew me, I was actually doing a lot more work with Airy. We had an Airy laser. I was doing color science work with them on the film recording and laser recording and film scanning side, though we never had the Airy scanner. Back then, it was D20 and D21, which were sort of the precursor to what the Alexa became. But you have to keep in mind that I was primarily working on Super 35 millimeter films, and we were scanning at 4K, often downsampling to 2K. Then we graduated to the Northlight scanner, which was like the Ferrari of film scanners as far as I'm concerned. And that was a 6K scanner, although we tested the Imagica 8K, and there was no reason. But Super 35 film resolves more than 2K. That's the best I can say with that. It's actually closer to 5K. And the reason we were scanning at 6K was to oversample. So when Red came to the scene and produced what I think was probably the first cinema-minded 4K digital cinema camera, we had a couple other things that were just a little bit more of a commitment, and also financial commitment, that were possible options, but nowhere near a refined workflow. Red rocked the system. I think the D21 on the Airy side was the first one that shot Airy RAW, which eventually led to the Alexa even. So what Red was doing, 2006, And then Arri came to the scene, I think 1 year later after the Red One was out. That was all that world for me. And at that time, most of the films I was working on were Panavision jobs. So the Genesis was being used. I worked on Superman Returns, which was like the first big movie for the Genesis and visual effects and all that. So I was skeptical of all of this, but when I saw Red and I got to see the images off of it, it made me real curious. And it also had the format relevance as well as the resolution relevance. And it definitely was a luring proposition for me. And that was actually one of the things on a very deeply personal level helped me decide to go full out on my own. And I'll definitely go into that a little bit.
All right. And the last
one. I mean, like,
go ahead.
I should say, like, you know, you guys know me as a Red guy, but like I shot with the F65 on the Sony side. You know, I worked with the Alexa, 2 months last year, the Alexa 65 for a little bit. A Marvel thing. You know, I'm not so much the, you know, I'll do whatever, you know, I'll shoot with whatever a production tells me. The reason I've chosen Red, more or less, like, I strongly will probably always, actually, how do I phrase this? The best I could say is whatever I feel the best digital cinema camera is, I'll probably always own one or two of those. And like right now, I think the Monstro sensor is the best sensor. And I felt that way about Dragon actually at the time too.
I love the Dragon.
Yeah.
All right. One last question here before we jump back in. I was planning on shooting a Super 16 and upscale, but I never shot film before. Any ideas how to do it with red helium? I have to get the same look. Thanks a lot. Love your work. Website.
Thanks. So Super 16 on helium, what is that, like, is that 4K or 3.5K?
It's less than 4, isn't it?
Yeah. So you're already probably out resolving Super 16 film. I would probably look at your lenses and do your best to shoot at 4K if they cover it. And that will solve a lot of headaches. If they don't cover the format, I mean, and you have to use that sensor, then that's what you're going to do if you need to do a 4K finish. I'm not a big fan of upscaling. It's actually been something that we've never done in the industry, unless it's the only thing we can do, like a slight magnification on an already created frame or something like that. And it was actually much more, there was less of a penalty in upscaling with film than there is with digital. Because artifacts basically grow, pixel noise grows, and so on and so forth. And depending on what type of a purist you don't want to do that. But yeah, I mean, if I was going to shoot the Super 16 format on helium, I'd probably go with like 3.5K, 4K. If you go to my website and do my format compare tools, on phfxtools.com or just phfx and then click on tools. You can compare the Super 16. Here, actually, I'll pull it up. I'll do this. I will answer this question.
phfx.com, right?
Yeah, I'll show you this real quick.
Boom. There you go.
So I have this really fancy tool called Format Compare, and I'll share my screen here in a second. So you want helium. Actually, here. Do you mind if I share this, Scott?
Yeah, go ahead.
Share screen.
Pop it up there and
all right.
You ready? Let me know when you're ready for it to pop.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay, so on my format compare tool, just choose helium. And if I remember, let's just try 4K on helium. Actually, let's try 4K HD on helium. I think that'll give us a better bet. And then I want to go with Kodak motion picture film, Super 16 millimeter. I'm going to compare these formats. So this is an interesting thing. So what you can see is basically the 4K image plane is slightly larger than Super 16. And your image circle is 16 millimeter basically than 14.5. So actually what that means is probably a lot of the lenses that you're going to use will cover this format. So you might be able to get away with 4K. I remember when I had the helium sensor, I did something for a 2K finish for fun at 3.5K. And I bet you, if I go back here and select helium, 3.5K. I'll just do HD just for fun, and Super 16. Can't believe I remember this. This was a little while ago. Yeah, look at that. Same format size. So there you go. That's not too bad. Yeah.
We'll talk about more about Phil's website and his tools and his LUTs here shortly, because you need to talk about those at some point. Okay, so let's go back to the story of Phil.
Okay.
We left.
I'll make it quicker so we can jump into some images.
Okay.
I haven't done one of these interviews where it's like talk about your career for a while.
Well,
my career's been crazy.
People really do get energized knowing that people started either from the bottom or they started in this. They have preconceived ideas of how people get in their career, and they don't realize we all basically start somewhere. And
yeah, when I've done instruction or spoken at film schools and stuff, like, you know, the question I was always getting asked like a long time ago was like, you know, what's the path? What's the journey for you? Do you start as a PA? And I'm like, that's one way to start. I've never PA'd a day in my life. And that's not a bad thing about being a PA or not. That's just not the path that my journey was. My journey was gripping and gaffing, getting real curious, working at a visual effects studio, finding the opportunities to film while being at a visual effects studio, developing a lot of new technologies and pipelines and workflows for the studio. And then at a certain point, I was shooting so much that I was like, I should probably go out on my own. And that was a big day. That was a really big day. Hard decision, actually. And I'll definitely talk about some of the things that led me there when I showed some of the images too. But yeah, back at Rhythm and Hues. So I was like, what was I, 20, 21 when I was doing digital color work. And the other colorists in the industry were a good decade and a half older than me, who were developing the technologies, and that was cool. But I did have one thing on them. I had the filming experience as well. So what was happening is I was getting phone calls about digital color correction, film processing, what you could do in post, what you can't, what's a good idea, what's a bad idea. And it was a very different time back in the day. Like, I could just call CFI and get an answer if I had some curiosity about some weird print-like question, or how long a bath was, you know, how long the film would go through a bath or something like that. So right around that time, there were other things going on at the studio, and there were lots of opportunities. And I think I need to say something pretty, how do I say this safely without pissing off the world? So at Rhythm and Hues, there was a support side of the company and a production side of the company. I was the weird bridge often between those two worlds. So, and why that was I was doing image acquisition by shooting stuff. I'd sometimes offer up a hand at matte painting or compositing or something like that because I could do that work. Sometimes when you're hitting a deadline on a movie and it's all hands on deck, you gotta be all hands on deck. And yeah, so some of the opportunities that were presented there were really outside my job description. And I had a few people at the studio tell me like, oh, you shouldn't do that. It's above your pay grade, or, you know, it's outside of your department or something like that. But like at that time, I was just exploring opportunities. I thought that was a really interesting thing. And if I could do the work, like if someone needed me to do a matte painting and do some like CG mountains to add to a background plate, fine, didn't care. And I'd toss in 40 hours on a matte painting because I had this department and I had this office where, you know, I was able to balance my workload with the film scanning, laser recording, and the color work, as well as the filming stuff. And I could just sometimes just put some hours on something. It was just if I had the opportunity and time to do it. But in that time frame, there were a couple other fun ones. We needed to figure out a better way to make photoreal characters at the studio and do it faster and cheaper. And I'm going to show some examples of this, but I came up with a cross-polarized texture pipeline when we did this, ILM was doing this, I think, on Lemony Snicket, the other guy, I can't even remember his name. We talked on the phone twice while we were developing this. This was back when we were like trying to figure out a good workflow, where you would take a circular polarizer on a lens and then linear polarize light, and then take a somewhat normal looking image and then cross polarize it to remove all of the reflections. And if you had like an actor or an object that you needed to make in 3D CGI, having an image without the reflections and basically having a diffuse map and a color map straight away without having to go in and just paint out specular highlights. And really what you just had to do was color correct it a little bit and then basically seam the textures together. It became a mind-blowingly fast way of working. It was called projection texture mapping, basically, or whatever you want to refer to that workflow now. It's pretty common nowadays. But back then it was really not common. Like texture painters were painting nonstop. But as the quantity of visual effect shots increased, the demands increased, and came up with a really slick pipeline. Also in this time frame, there was something called HDRI, which is a high dynamic range imaging. And basically what you're doing is you're taking a 360 degree by 180 degree panoramic image with lots of different exposures. This is not a foreign concept now. When we started doing this, we did this with film cameras and would scan in the negative from a 36 by 24 millimeter bipacked camera with fisheyes, then register the fisheye frame, do the exposure blending to come up with our 32-bit floating point image. We, as a studio, made a camera called the Cube, which shot a glorious 1K by half K 32-bit HDRI. And that's actually what we used. It was a really small thing because what was being requested was they wanted a faster workflow than the film scanning workflow and something better. At the time, we didn't need a lot of resolution for the image-based lighting. We just needed the data. This changed quickly, though. And the cool thing about the Cube was it was sexy. It was small. It was a cube with 120 degree field of view lenses on it. And I helped Will McCown develop this thing. And I mean, he was the guy behind this camera. But I had to do all the damn calibration charts where we put little pin LEDs everywhere to do it. It was a delightful nightmare. Because if I didn't go through the pains of seeing what that was, it wouldn't allow me to develop what was the next step. So I developed on one of my, every 5 years at the studio, you got a 2-month sabbatical. And I was also getting paid time off, obviously, per year. So when I took time off of Rhythm and Hues, it was rarely for a vacation. It was mostly to either go work on other films or do some other opportunity. So like in a 2-month sabbatical with a 1 month, another batch of PTO, out of those 3 months, I'd probably take like a week off and then like work the rest of it. So during one of my sabbaticals, I came up with this really cool idea for an HDR camera, an HDRI camera, which used the power of DSLRs now because DSLRs got better. They were still kind of expensive, but they, what did we put, like 150 grand in the R&D for the Cube initially? It wasn't that bad considering the R&D. And I knew before I left that they were also reevaluating HDR, but I wanted to put something together. And I remember coming back from my sabbatical. I came to the studio about 2 weeks early. God, such a good moment for me. Just because it was just like a life-altering moment at the studio. I came back to get like my mail and stuff. I'm like, hey guys, remember me? I'm coming back to work in 2 weeks. What do you need me to do anything? And Will showed me their new HDR camera, which was a L bracket system, very slow. It had this like file system thing that was awful and processing was awful. And I'm like, Will, I don't know how to tell you this, but I've been developing something while I've been on break to do this because I just finished working on the second night at the museum film, which needed a lot of very high resolution spherical high dynamic range images. And I was doing them all manually on set. that was interesting in itself, but not a big deal. But I was like, you know what? It would be nice to refine this workflow to make it bulletproof. And I came back from my sabbatical, and they spent like $50,000 or $75,000 in R&D already by the time they had this. But I had my, I think it was a 1DS or something at the time, attached to a fisheye lens with a mechanical bracket, and then like a block of aluminum that was milled on this rotating sights round shot thing, and all of the different pieces that came together for it. That was what I was holding. But they tested the demo. This was an amazing moment at the old Jandy Place location at Rhythm and Hues. We're in their library conference room, very calm space, a lot of detailed books everywhere. And there's a big circular table. And we have like literally all the department heads that are on the tech side of things. And Will shows off the new kit that they've been doing, and like the file processing and stuff is like not done. And it took like 2.5 minutes for it to capture, and the footage wasn't even processed. Like the stills weren't processed. So I developed a system that could capture on set in 20 seconds or less, and it became less. I think the average on that when I was there was like 16 or 17 seconds because the cameras got better. And I was able to take the card from the camera and pop it into a computer, offload the images, automatically process everything, preview it, have it in some sort of accessible database, being able to FTP back to our studio. Mind-blowing, like, you know, because I did the work. I was the one doing the work, and I was like, this would be really slick if I could do this. And I still have the image I shot on the desk that day of everyone's faces in amazement of how fast it was. And it was just this moment of like, Mark Brown, who was the president of our technology division at Rhythm and Hues at the time, who went off to go work at Blizzard. Love the guy. Big video gamer, very demanding, as demanding as Will. But Mark said at the table, he's like, I think we're going to go with Phil's solution. And it was like, I kind of wish that they talked to me before that. They spent all that money in that wrong direction, but that HDR camera became like a brilliant thing. We ended up making a dozen for the studio. I ended up making 60 of them, I think 64, I can't remember, for other studios as well after I left the studio. And it was this really cool rig. I'll show some pictures of it where you plop it on set in between takes. You'd say firing, everyone would run away like as a bomb shelter, and it shoots the HDR, and you don't have anyone move. Takes 20 seconds, you're in and out, boom, done. And I got that thing up to, that time, I think I was shooting an 8K by 4K HDR. And then I got it up to 20K by 10K. Because when you're doing like a Transformers film where you have like reflective dancing and fighting robots, right? You really want to have a lot of resolution. So if you're shooting in the heart of like New York City or something like that, you need the resolution to pick up in the reflections. And that was one way to do it. So, yeah.
Is this a good point to start throwing in some BTS, and then we can kind of go through your career as you go through that?
Yeah, let's dish into that world. Actually, here I'll show you the pan over. I'll show you the pan organizer thing.
Okay. You just tell me when you want me to display it. And
yeah, go for it. Go for it. I'm not on this laptop. I have like purposefully. I've hindered you from seeing anything sensitive. So this is like the OG pan organizer website. I think this is a skull I made for one of the Captain America films. But what you're seeing is a spherical high dynamic range image. This is a 32-bit floating point image that is lighting this head. And here's our matte sphere, diffuse, and the rest of reflections. And what this rig actually was that guy right there. It looks differently nowadays, but this is what it ended up being deployed as. And it was extremely lightweight. I still use these little quadrupod things here. These things are awesome. And yeah, it was super fast. And then here's a sphere at one of my favorite this is an abandoned oil refinery that for over a decade was like my camera testing bed. So I would always go there with like new cameras. Even when I got the Red Scarlet, I actually went over there and shot some of my first test footage. And that's just showing like, you know, the power of it. That was an HDRI that was captured inside this like graffiti filled silo. So that was pretty cool. And yeah, let me minimize that. Let's go into some BTS stuff.
All right.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Actually, here, let's do this a slightly different way. How many viewers we got right now?
We're at 27. We've gone up to about 39. It just, I mean,
I
YouTube
can
has
take
a
my shirt off
funky...
if we can get more viewers.
Facebook
Okay, so
and
here,
YouTube both, have a fun way of displaying it.
so here's me at a really interesting time in my life. This was the year I moved out of my parents' house, and you could probably see why. I mean, I'm surrounded by like this drafting table. I have my Andrew Loomis anatomy notes literally taped against my wall. This was some of my first concept artwork I did for a video game. This was a flying insect mister. That was really cool. Whatever I did at this moment, I was already studying under Jordu's shell because or maybe this was before Jordu, I can't remember. I was doing physical sculpting still. A bunch of art books. My collection would end up being about, it's probably about 6 times larger than this nowadays. And all of my painting supplies and stuff like that. And some notes. Actually, is that the note? It is the notebook. Oh my God. So yeah, so I moved out of my parents when I was 21 or 22. And Dan Kornstrom, who was the art director of the art department at Rhythm and Hues, was my mentor. And he would give me assignments that I would drop down in this notebook here. It's all blurry and stupid here, but he would give me critiques and things like that as well. He was just an art mentor. And that notebook, I probably staged it for this photograph, like, hey, somebody take a picture of me. But there was probably something on that page that I needed to remind myself of. And actually, Dan's biggest piece of advice for me, I asked him, that stupid question, like, what's the one piece of advice you could ask or give an artist, who wants to make it in the industry? And his answer to that question at the time was develop a good understanding of three-dimensional space, which actually really isn't that far off from something you should have a really good understanding of as a filmmaker in terms of scene blocking and lighting and things like that. So let's see. Oh boy, I've got lots of stuff. Here is my HDR camera on the set of Red Riding Hood. I was there filming some other material, but this is the guy I actually trained up on using it. And this was actually a powerful day for me because I trained this guy through conference calls only, and these kits would go out in a small Pelican case. And I arrived on set and I forgot that it was even going on. Like I was not even on that side of the production at that point. And I just was randomly walking through the set and I saw the guy and I was like, that's so cool. Like this thing that I did is working on this movie, and I'm off on like literally a different set filming something. But it was a powerful moment for me. Early on stuff. Oh, I mentioned cross-polarized texture photography. I pulled one sample. This was a prop for Land of the Lost. So here's a normal looking image, right? We have our strobes. You can see the specular highlights. This is what happens when you cross-polarize that same thing. Now, on this specific object, you can see all this hidden detail. And interestingly enough, this beacon logo, you can barely see it here. In fact, I'll zoom in a little bit. But what you're actually looking at right now is the true color of this object without any sort of specular highlights. This could basically be seamed into a photorealistic texture, and then you can extract possibly your bump map from this and the surrounding images I captured at the time. I put this in here, and I think I have a couple shots of this. If you guys have never heard of something called cyber scanning, it's a process where we would do 3D facial scans or body scans or even prop scans or something. They were done by usually General Dynamics Studios for me, either with a wand scanner, a head scanner, or the full body scanner, which was actually used as a prop in one of the Iron Man movies. But yeah, I used to kind of oversee some of this because I would do the texture photography process as well. And here was me goofing off in a scanner one day. I think I have Paula Abdul. Yeah, I knew I pulled one image. This one I can show. That's Gentle Giant's head scanner, and I think you could customize it, but what it would do, typically we did, I think, like a 17 or a 20-second scan. So we'd have someone stand still, and the scanner would go all around you, and that's it. You'd get a 3D mesh, and that would be your scan. You need some cleanup because people move and breathe and stuff like that. But we would run them through different facial expressions, like excited, angry. So we'd have a full range of expressions to digitize. On Angels and Demons, we did 186 people in 48 hours through our cyber scanning tent. And we had it in the truck, and we did full body scans as well as the texture photography. I've never done anything like that. And the fact that we could ever get it to that point was amazing. With all the main talent, all the background characters that we had to get. We even had was Dan Brown. Dan Brown was there. We scanned him because we put him as an extra in one of the scenes. Pretty wild. I threw this in here because this is fun. This is Crystal. And this is the first time I worked with her on the first Night at the Museum movie. And I think she's the actor I've worked with the most in my career. I photographed her maybe a dozen times for different films. She's very well trained and well behaved, and I have a couple other shots of her in here probably. Oh, here we go. So this was the first 4K film scanner. And this is not something you're going to see anywhere else because I don't recall a lot of pictures taken at the time of the damn thing. The only reason I took this picture and still have it is I still have the manual I made for people to use it. We had to train other people in the department. And here is the film transport right here. There's a vertical transport, and there's the gate. And this right here is a 105 millimeter Nikon lens set to f5.6. I can't remember if it was the 2.5 or the 2.8, but whatever it was stopped down to get a higher image quality. Here is our light source, which is being cooled. Then on this side of it, which you can't see, is the CCD imager on a tray that you can move back and forth. There's a rail, some sort of engineering rail. Probably had it was something custom made actually, I think. So it wasn't like a standard thing at the time. That was also super cooled. And this was in a clean room with negative pressure air, filtered, and all that jazz. We replaced that with, where is that bad boy? It's funny because I saw this thing for sale on eBay. And they used my picture from the manual. So it was Rhythm and Hues must have sold it at some point after I left there. So this was the Northlight 6K scanner, and these things are still around today. These are one of the golden standards for film scanning, and they're so nice, Scott. The top of that, if you look at it closely, it's marble, and the film has a horizontal rotation, and the spools actually have auto tensioning and stuff. It's such a joy to use. And you can see right here, here's the threading diagram for the head and tail. And you had to do this each time. This is before they had the LED illuminator. So this, I think, is a metal halide lamp in here. And you'd have to change those bulbs out between 300 and 600 hours as they would degrade in quality. The light would actually go a little bit bluer.
Was it marble for stability for the mass? Or?
I think it was just people showing off, man. Like it made it so nice to work with. I mean, these machine components and stuff were. I mean, if you hear me talking about it this way nowadays, like if you compare this against like a wet scanner or something like the Imagica with like the gummy rollers and things like that, it's just a lot of stuff that could potentially go wrong. This was not only like a lot of stuff done right, it was done right and then like refined. And it just made the process like super sexy. For me to actually spool tension on that, all I had to do was whack that thing and it would auto tension and then everything would pull taut. And then if there was anything wrong, you get a nice little error on that LED screen right there. And yeah, just absolutely fantastic piece of equipment and still very much the standard for Super 35 and VistaVision scanning to this day. VistaVision scanned in a higher res though. Let's see. I put that awesome. So here's some of the early color stuff. I I have to probably go through some older hard drives. But here's X-Men 2, and these are a couple sequences, or actually 3 different sequences here, showing what the raw film scan. This is a little bit of a misnomer because the raw scan is actually color corrected at this point before the color grade. This is the color corrected version, and then this is the final color. And that was typically because we would do that pass first. My workflow, generally speaking, and I'll probably talk about this more shortly. If you've attended me doing like a color workshop, I talk about this all the time. But generally speaking, what you want to do first is color correct all of your shots for a sequence. And then when you're applying your color grade, inevitably a client's going to come in and a director's going to come in and go like, yo, I want to change this. If you just are willy-nilly color grading all the way and you have to invoke a change and you don't have everything basically at the same starting spot, you're going to be working 1,000 times harder than you need to be. So the process for me is to scan, and I mean this actually digitally as well. You have your image acquisition, then you color correct your footage as best as your ability, and then you do your color grading on top of that, and then through that process of revision. And actually, it's kind of funny because someone asked about skin tones earlier. Well, here's a very pleasing skin tone, but look at where we pushed it for X-Men, right? And then here we have the reddish skin. I think this was Vision 2. Oh man, this is a long time ago. It's like 18-something years ago. Vision 2 stock, I'm pretty sure. And look at where we pushed it for the grade. And yes, I might have been one of the key players in the teal cyan thing, but it was that warm, cool juxtaposition. And this was definitely one of the earliest films that we were deploying that look on. God, man, Hugh Jackman, way back in the day, like crazy. Looking at this now. Yeah, so that's kind of what that process was. Here's sort of an example of a really bad texture shooting area. I made a post recently about my use of orange tape, neon fluorescent orange tape on set. And it was always a sign of me being there. If you see this little octagon thing here, this is actually the standing marks for talent. So when I shoot them, and the reason I remember I took this photo is this was shot in New Orleans, and normally with a backdrop you want to have a smooth roll, right? I don't know exactly what happened here, but the thing moved and also got wet from the humidity.
Oops.
And this was me coming back to set, and I took this photo documenting how droopy it was. I think I have a better one somewhere in here. Oh, I know I do. I'll put it in here just before I got here. Maybe. I'll dig around for it. It didn't catch my eye. Here's from Cabin in the Woods, but you can see the ramp that we have there, right? That's a little bit smoother. And actually, I passed a couple of cool ones on the topic. So this here is a film densitometer. And you can see the microscope and stuff in there. When I was doing this job at the studio, on this microscope, I was using a 1000x loop. And a little registration block here. I'm looking at all the things in frame. I really can't tell you how familiar I got with motion picture film. I mean, I knew it on a intimate level in a way that it was very rare. To find anybody in the industry at that time who had the knowledge of capture through a film camera, digitizing through a scanner, doing any sort of post-color work, and then putting it back onto film and actually having that circular knowledge of that, I mean, I was getting the calls. I don't know if there were other people who had that sort of like real circular knowledge. What lens did I shoot this with? It was a beautiful photo at the time. And this is actually plugged into a Weiss terminal. And what you do is you push this little plunger down on a piece of film on your gray patches. and it would give you readings that would be written into a text file that you could graph and do all sorts of stuff with.
Did you blur that out, or is that a really soft light?
It's bokeh. It's actually a really dark room, so I probably was shooting with like, you know what it probably was? It was probably the 55 Canon FL, actually, F1.2 at the time. So the densitometer would read out numbers in red, green, and blue. We would do these calibration strips. I think we call them Sensi strips, and we'd shoot out 34 steps, which were basically tonal wedges and stuff like that, so we could actually calibrate our laser recorder and scanner and all that. So this was the tool to do that, and then our control would be in this envelope here that would have a baseline. This thing was always printed on a very robust piece of plastic rather than film that would degrade over time. So when I saw the Airy laser, there's the Airy laser, also pulled from the old manual. And actually, this is our film fridge over here. This is back at the original Jandy Place location, and this gives you some idea of what was going on in the clean room. So my office is over this way. And then here's where we kept all of our film. Now, you had to let it thaw if you were going to use it. But we would get like 1,000 or 2,000 feet of film at a time from Kodak at the time. And then this is what we would put after we got rid of the luxes and the solitaires are actually still in this room, in this photo behind it. This would shoot back out at 4K, whether we were working at 4K, higher than 4K or below 4K, it would always put out at 4K. And when we worked at 2K, it actually did an upscale re-res, basically, to go back out the film, which wasn't my favorite thing to do because I could see the difference between the 4K and the 2K, honestly, especially that early on in the process. When you get a movie theater print that's run like 100 times and stuff like that, you might not. But if you're a filmmaker and you saw the quality of the original film negative, you know there's a lot more in there, basically. I should say this. On the Airy laser, and actually any laser recorder, you're using this ultra low noise negative called an intermediate stock. And it's extremely fine grain, like has no grain, basically, and it's slow speed. And if you open both of these lids, like they're like top-loaded washers, you have a loop through. I should have probably put more photos in here. But under there, you have all of the laser pathways and the attenuators to aim it. You can see our old CRT monitors over here.
Yeah.
And this rubber tarp here is where that film scanner was. And I think at this time, probably the Northlight. But when the 4K scanner hit me with that bolt of electricity, it shot me through this rubber tarp, over this desk, and onto the ground on this side of the room, which was pretty wild. And I was out for a good 30 minutes. Pretty insane. Ooh, I heard that.
Yeah, I have it completely muted for some reason. It's saying, no, not today. I'm not going to mute.
So here's a fun one. This is a man who I respect a great deal, and I worked with for a very long time at Rhythm and Hues, named Gene Kazicki. He was a good guy to know because he has like an encyclopedic knowledge of practical effects, film, and all that. And for one of the Mummy movies, you have to keep in mind this is back in the day before CG water and volumetric clouds were like easy to do in CG. They're still arguably not really that easily done, but this is like, decade and a half before that was even where it is now. I had one of the first 6. I think that is number 6 right there. That's the HVX 200, the Panasonic, which was, I think, very much the precursor to modern digital cinema cameras as it recorded to solid state. And you can see our extremely stable rig strapped to an Apple box on top of a ladder. But what Gene's doing here is we mixed up some Methacel, which makes this like slimy goo, and we lit it with orange light from the tungstens. We got a bunch of 1Ks there. I can't remember if we just used 1Ks, but we also gelled underneath there, so it was super orange. And then spray painted some cork and then jiggled it around with the tank and the sticks and stuff to make it look and bubble like magma. And that's actually what was used for parts of the movie, saving probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process, by the way. And we shot this literally in an office at the studio. Like, you could see probably some meeting notes that I probably shouldn't tell you, but they're not relevant to anything anymore. I don't know what this was, but we cleared out the office space, though.
I remember the HVX 200 well.
So, I mean, one question I get asked quite often is like, how did I learn about cinematography? I think the shortest answer I can give you is I asked, and then I experimented and I explored. This is Dion Beebe on Land of the Lost, and at this time, I think I worked with a probe lens one other time, and I just remember asking him questions about working with the lens. He was shooting a miniature set, but you have to understand, back in this time frame, you could actually call up a cinematographer and just get them on the phone if they weren't working on something. It was mind-blowing and extremely empowering. So if I wasn't learning on set and I had a question, and if I wasn't experimenting or something, I was able to ask questions to guys like these. And they were very fortunately accessible because I was working on the films. And I also put a picture of this guy in here. None of you know who this man is. There's a job on set called a still photographer. And it's a job I did on and off occasionally as well. This is Ralph Nelson, who worked on probably more movies than any of us can count. And I also met a guy named Zaid Rosenthal. The reason I'm showing you a picture of him was there was a time where I was actually thinking about becoming a full-time still photographer on set. I really enjoyed the job. I enjoyed trying to capture the behind the scenes and also capture the essence of the film. It was a very fun job if you ever got to do the work. I occasionally was even hired to do it. I did it on one of the Night at the Museum films for a week, even though it wasn't really my job at the stills photographer. I had to go somewhere. It was just one of those being in the right place at the right time things. And Ralph, I asked for some career advice, and I was already shooting motion picture work and stuff. He was one of the guys who urged me. I mean, I can't even express how much he urged me to pursue becoming a cinematographer. He's like, your knowledge base is so much broader than just becoming a stills guy. And I was like, but I enjoy it. And he's like, yeah, but dude. And he was right. He was right. I was still trying to figure out like what my steps would be after Rhythm and Hues. And I saw these like guys like Zaid Rosenthal, who I met, I think, on the first time on Iron Man. He started working in this industry when I was born. Like, I mean, he's a living legend as well. These two guys are like two of the best still photographers out there on set. Here's some stills work I did on a film actually done by a coworker, Dominica Wachliak, I believe is her last name. It's been a long time, but just an idea of what that work is, where you're capturing like the film and also imbuing some sort of look as well. But I certainly have some other production stills in here. This, I'll show you some of my work in a second. Let's see. I brought so many random stills. Here's a fun one from Cabin in the Woods, where we're shooting this this gooey mass in a miniature elevator for that scene, and there's puppeteers blowing into straws to make this thing breathe. And that was one of the cooler ones. This movie was actually really fun. This actually is extremely gory, but that's not real blood. It is industrial strength dye, though, in that. Spoiler alert if you haven't seen Cabin in the Woods, but there's a scene that goes on in this hallway where it's extremely gory. And everybody was so excited to work on this movie. And one of the jobs I had one day basically was art department, where I got to bloody up this hallway. So you'll see my handprints, and I wrote some words in there. I did a Joker, ha ha ha, on a couple of them. But I'll tell you right now, this is back when I was still wearing black Vans on set. I wore those things every day on set for too long. I should have started with more comfortable shoes earlier on. My black shoes were dyed red because that dye was so potent.
Huh.
It was an intense time. Random BTS from Marmaduke. I pulled this one up the other day, actually, because it was the first time I think the soft tube I saw on set from K5600. This girl worked at Cinesite. So this was another thing that happened in the era where now, because there were so many visual effects shops, it was uncommon for multiple visual effects houses to work on something. And that started around Harry Potter, I think, for me, where like Cinesite, R&H, on, gosh, Lord of the Rings 1 and 3, we did some of the comp work for some of that while it was being done at Weta. It really wasn't uncommon. So all of these visual effects houses, very much who were in competition with each other, often found themselves working with each other, which probably led to so much of the personnel jumping between studios and all that too, because you just end up meeting all these people. Here's a nice one from Cabin in the Woods of the Zombie Day. Great zombie makeup. Can't remember who did it all, but it was beautiful. This is from Wolfman. This is Rick Baker, who's now retired. He's a living legend in terms of movie makeup, and that's Anthony Hopkins in his full costume there. It was absolutely a joy to actually see Rick apply the prosthetics and stuff, and I probably got a couple more stills from that. Gosh. So in this time, well, here, I should show you some stills from probably my first feature film in the 2000s. It was on the HVX 200. It wasn't very long, but it was something. I've certainly regraded these because back then I was probably a crap color as compared to where I am now. But yeah, some of these frames still hold up pretty nicely. This set was actually really fun. We built this in a backyard out of all these cardboard boxes. And that's my talented friend Lindsay Hahn, who's an actress who got wrangled into this mess.
What size cars did you have on your HVX?
Oh, dude. Whatever the biggest was, probably. I
Oh,
honestly can't even remember. Yeah, they were expensive, but
yeah, I can only afford. I got 3 of the 4 gigs, and then I had the little 60 gig external hard drive.
yeah.
So I'd constantly rotate and dump.
Oh yeah, I think I had 2 or 4 cards. I probably bought 2 early on because I didn't know. The first year and a half with that camera was so hard because you couldn't natively render or work with the footage on a Windows machine, so you had to use this thing called the Raylite codec, which was very much like what Red's doing with the half res, quarter res to Bayer, but back then before GPU optimization at all, so it was awful. This is a production still from a movie that got renamed to Chasing Happiness, and this is interesting because this movie is also called Chasing Happiness, but it was originally called The Prince, the Pimp, the Jackal, and the Spade, I think. And it was just one of those things I shot production stills on. It was shot on the Thompson Viper, and it ended up helping with the camera team quite a bit. I was apparently one of the few people who knew how to reboot the camera after it overheated too. These are some production stills from Devil Girl. I think it's a rite of passage if you're in California to shoot at this location. I've probably shot there 6 or 7 times, this motel out in the desert. Oh man, I wonder where this actress is. She was great in this film. Just production stills. I enjoyed doing that work. Oh, here's a fun one. So while working on Superman Returns at Rhythm and Hues, one of our daunting tasks was we had to bring, oh gosh, why is my brain not working? What's this actor's name? Marlon Brando. Jeez, it's been too long that I haven't thought of him. We had to bring him back to life because he was in the original Superman films. And he was going to basically be a floating head in the crystal. And in our studio, we actually had these like tubes lit with Christmas lights down a couple of our hallways of people working on the film. And I think I have a frame of what we ended up doing for it somewhere. And actually, this is probably the first time you guys are going to see the full frame of it too. because it was cropped to widescreen, I think, for the cinema release. But yeah, that was what we were doing basically. It was a fully 3D CG head talking, because they had the dialogue. They had some lines that they used from something else. But this was shot on the Genesis. That's a matte painting, but that's kind of what we did there. Kind of cool. Let's see. Good golly. This is actually a test shoot from X-Men First Class. Yeah, what's your question?
The question comes in, what's Phil's stills camera of choice?
Oh boy, I'm a nightmare for that question. Weird medley of things. Actually, I've been using Monster a little bit for stills, but the 5DSR, it's actually sitting to the left of me over here. I got a Sony A7R IV 3 and 2, but the 3 and 2 have been sitting in boxes. The 2 is actually on this tripod right here, but I have another one. It was used as a witness camera on a different project. But I actually prefer the 5DSR in terms of just pure image quality. It's a little bit noisy because of the tight pixel pitch, but I prefer Canon's RAW file over Sony's most days of the week when it comes to stills. In fact, Scott, you have the A7R III?
I have 3, yeah.
Yeah, so the A7R II,
which I had before that, yeah.
had the jaggies on the RAW file, and they tried fixing it through a firmware, but if you notice, the specs between the A7R II and the R3 are very, very little differences because they fixed all those problems.
Yeah, but the difference is huge.
Difference is huge, yeah. So here's some interesting stuff I was also doing in that era. I was working with a performing arts group quite a bit called Lucent Dossier. And I was doing these festivals, and strangely, because I got into digital imaging early on, this was actually shot on the Scarlet, so this is much later on. But one of the things that allowed at night, I would like leave the studio and I would take these like jobs shooting bands on the Sunset Strip. And this is back before digital was good at low light. So getting a good usable low light image was very hard. And I developed a lot of relationships with musicians and stuff, which eventually led to me, I'm pretty sure I was the first person with a red camera at Coachella ever. And for 2 years, actually. And then it became much more common. Like now you can't go to a Coachella. Well, now you can't go to a Coachella, but you can't go to a Coachella without seeing a red camera there. I thought this was fun because my little standoff area was right next to the guys who were doing the live broadcast screen with the broadcast style cameras. And they kept looking over at my camera, and they were completely fascinated by it because I think this was shot with a Canon 70-200 over the crowd. And I could have positioned myself about 4 feet taller, but I really wanted to always get the hands in the foreground. I think I was probably, 7 or 9 feet in the air. I can't remember. The stage is probably about 5 or 6 feet. So let's see. Oh boy. So some of my earlier commercial work, maybe this is a good transition here. So after 11 and a half years at Rhythm and Hues, I climbed very high at the studio, and I didn't really know what other opportunities awaited for me there. And there are some people who wanted me to become an executive, but like, I'm really into creating and I don't really want to sit at a desk all day. And at this point I was, a pretty common face of the studio on set. So I made the decision at the end of 2010 to go out on my own in 2011. I also had some differing opinions about the studio. I mean, famously, they went bankrupt a year and a half later, which sucks. I didn't have to endure any of that, although I was doing freelance for them after I left. So a lot of my friends who I worked with, including the founder of the studio, it was heartbreaking to watch everyone go through that. It was just tough. But some of my early commercial work, when I went out on my own, and this is actually shot on the Red Scarlet with the Mysterium X sensor, was for the pharmaceutical company Pfizer. And we shot in aquariums and stuff. I mean, shooting medication commercials like this is a little bit touchy because it's like, this was a medication for terminally ill patients and stuff. But I learned actually a lot from the director Clark on this about directing around very sensitive subject matter and finding actually the tone within something like this. And also having a loving relationship between people and maybe not always implying that they are a couple or not. It's really interesting stuff. This is an actual VistaVision plate from the epic film Geely from way back in the day. This is the raw film scan, if I'm not mistaken, too. You can tell by that crazy blue. Let's see. Ooh, my phone is buzzing. Interesting. Some music video stuff. Actually, I really want to show you my first. Where is that stuff? I'll bore you with all the on-set pictures and stuff too. But so this was a fun one. This is actually before I owned a Red camera. This was shot on the 5D Mark II, and this was shot on the Red 1. Slightly different color treatments. I actually just pulled the frames. I don't think these have anything done. Actually, this is definitely the grade, and these were actually graded to match whatever this was. So we did this test for this film called Save Dane that never came to be, but we were exploring different cameras to work with. And you can actually see the highlights on the 5D Mark II were not exactly ideal. But the Red 1, I mean, I was already interested in it at the time. Peter Lyons Collister, who was a DP on one of the Alvin and Chipmunks film, actually, so I think the 2 or the 3, maybe all 3. I can't remember if Peter was the DP on the 3rd. I don't know. On the second film, he had a Red 1 and shot some night footage and stuff. And I guess this is a good transition to this. At the studio, because I was so familiar with working with film, I created this digital scanning pipeline at the studio. And when these cameras first came out, like, and I'm talking like the early days of the D20, D21, the Alexa, the Red 1, all the way up until really the Epic, honestly, you have to understand in the film industry, that was a really radical new thing. And many of the visual effects houses and post houses did not have pipelines for it. So in my office, I had my Unix workstation, which became a Linux workstation. I had a laptop on my desk always, and then I had the Mac sitting to my left, and then I had this PC I set up for all other tasks. And you got to keep in mind, this is a big studio where like we have servers and hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably millions of dollars actually, probably like $15 million worth of servers and stuff or something at some point. And I was like the only guy in town who was like willing to ingest Red footage because no one else knew what to do with it. So I handled Peter's footage. That made me 10 times more curious about it. I eventually tested out the camera. We shot a test for Yogi Bear with it, and I was a real advocate for it to be the camera on that, but it didn't come to be. So I was around the camera quite a bit, and at this point, I think the Alexa just showed up. But I already had familiarity with Area Raw from the D21. In the early days of these workflows, Scott, I don't know if you were around back then.
I wasn't playing with this workflow though.
Yeah. So the reason why it wasn't so daunting for me, I guess, you have to keep in mind with laser recording, for instance, when we shot a frame out to film, to put it back onto film, was taking 27 seconds per 4K frame. We got that down to 6 or 7 seconds through upgrading technologies and stuff like that. On the Solitaire, though, if you were going out to a larger format like 70 millimeter 15 per 5 max, was 2.5 minutes at the proper resolutions. So it was per frame to record. And similarly on the film scanning side, it was like 27 or 29 seconds a frame until we got to the Northlight, which I think was like at 6K, it was like 6 or 7 seconds, maybe 8. I can't remember. And then we'd go into the re-res host downscale, and then our dailies would come out as quick times. It was crazy. So the concept of like having a computer and like rendering a TIFF frame every few seconds really wasn't that foreign to me. but we needed to get them into a 16-bit space, DPX or TIFF, because the proprietary format at Rhythm and Hues was something called RLL, which was a 32-bit floating point, very similar to ILM's EXR, but it was Rhythm and Hues' bad boy, and super cool. But yeah, these were like some of the first frames. Probably the third or fourth project I shot, or was around even a Red One at that time. Let's see. Oh, here's the other site. This is from. This is actually a panorama from the Cabin in the Woods set. And you can see they put me in this luxurious area, but this is actually one of the interior sets over here. And over here is the full body scanner. This was a VFX coordinator, and this is Brian from Gentle Giant at the time. Man, I haven't thought about these guys in a long time. This is over a decade ago.
Tim was asking if this was before EXR.
No, EXR was around. It wasn't widely open as it is now. This is the thing. Like back in the day, like there were no solutions. So ILM developed EXR and Rhythm and Hues developed RLL. That was it. And then I don't remember when ILM open sourced EXR. But it's now probably one of the more common file formats in terms of deep bit depths and stuff like that. So, and it's a sensible one, developed by ILM. I was actually kind of hoping that Rhythm and Hues would make public some of their technologies. Like we had as a visual effects house, we were known as like the best creature house. So like our proprietary fur renderer was like leagues beyond anybody else's, which is why you saw us like working on Garfield and Narnia with all these furry creatures and stuff. And you could literally tell like any other visual effects house at the time just looked a little bit worse than the stuff we were doing. And Rhythm and Hues at the time was like really the artist studio too. So a lot of people were putting in extra effort on productions. I remember I worked on a film called End of Days, and we were in crunch time towards the end of the project. And I think at the time it took about 2 or 3 weeks to mass dupe a film for release date. So like literally if film doesn't leave our studio on time, it could affect the release date of a film. Quite high pressure, because that would cost money, real money. But for End of Days, I stayed at the studio for an entire month. And I remember I went back home twice to get clothing. We had showers and stuff at the studio. So it wasn't a problem staying clean and stuff. But like I had 2 bags of like dirty clothes in my car at the end of that thing. And yeah, that was a tough one. There's a few of them. Red Planet, we were still shooting scenes the week we had to deliver the film because they added a nematode, these little creatures crawling on space helmets. We shot that like a week before we had to deliver the thing. So it was, I'm sure many people worked quite hard that week on the animation and rendering side of things.
Just to keep you abreast, we're just over 2 hours so far. So just
not bad.
Yeah, I mean, you
I
can
thought we did 2 or 3
as long as you want. I don't know if you actually have a hard cutoff that you need to get to.
No, okay. I penciled you in for today.
All right. Yeah. Otherwise, I'll speed you up or slow you down as you need to.
I put on cargo shorts for you, Scott.
Oh man, I'm wearing my standards.
Let's see. Here's some of my favorite color work from The Ring. This was a great movie to work on. Just a fun one. Behind the scenes from Land of the Lost. Here's actually one of my 5D Mark II shoots. So in 2008, October 2008, the 5D Mark II came out. And I got to test it a little bit beforehand. And then Vincent Laforet's very famous piece was well known. The way I was using the camera early on was on a couple films to shoot plates and elements. And actually, you can see my old school CPS bag on the ground here. I used to be a CPS member for many years. This is Jim, the producer on Yogi Bear. This is us shooting the biplane sequence. And I had this little witness camera, which was some sort of little Sony thing. But that's my full OG rig with the original small HD DP1, probably some Red Rock micro follow focus. This was the eSIM cage, which is probably long forgotten by many, but I really enjoyed this rig. I really wish I had a better tripod at the time for this. I did on a couple other films, but for this shoot, I don't know why I didn't have a good one. And I'm showing you that because where's the Technocrane shot from Oregon for that? I'm certain I put it in here. Some earlier commercial work I shot. Board game. Can't remember if that was Epic at the time or Red. Scarlet. Some stuff later on. So yeah, I was doing a lot of freelance. I guess what I should say is, so my journey at Rhythm and Hues for 11 and a half years. Let's put this frame on screen. My journey at Rhythm and Hues for 11 and a half years allowed me to work on over 150 films with them, as well as my freelance career, doing either art or something else on other films. And it was just this amazing time where the experience I was getting was something that you could not trade for. The opportunities came up, the jobs were taken, and I just tried to do the best I could, and I learned so much. So, typically it was like, on the low end, maybe 5 films in a year. On the high end, maybe 15 films in a year. And it was a busy time in my life. And then what happened was on January 1st, 2011, when I was a full-time director and DP suddenly, I had a mortgage, I had a car payment, and no one really knew I left the studio. I also left during hiatus. So it was just the worst time to leave. It would have been smarter for me to leave earlier or later on to get some jobs lined up. But for a couple months, it was like, whoa, what did I do? But quickly, I started developing some contacts, and then slowly but surely, all the movie studios like Universal, Warner Brothers, Fox, Disney, everyone started coming back and say, oh, we want Phil. Oh, Phil's not at the studio. What's he doing? Let's get him, And I was just a day hire or whatever. And I'd end up shooting on films anywhere from 1 day to 3 months, depending on what they need me for. But the biggest transition was, instead of working on all those features, I ended up shooting a lot of work for commercial companies or technology companies. And the reason technology company things happened, I think, is because I was so privy with the technology itself. So when people needed 4K footage that looked really good, they came to me. Similar to the 8K and beyond stuff I'm doing now, and have been for a while. And that's been interesting, because the joy of that for me was this whole time frame. I mean, Scott, you'd remember, the NABs where, I'd go to NAB and people would say 4K is never going to catch on, and so on and so forth. And I'm on stage, doing some presentation, you guys, come on. And here we are in a time where literally every camera manufacturer is making some sort of 4K or 4K plus solution. Mm-hmm. So I don't necessarily say I'm vindicated or anything, but what I discovered quickly is I'm just ahead of the curve, usually by about 2 to 3 years, sometimes more, sometimes less. And when I had other filmmakers so adamantly discussing how 4K would never catch on, some that I really respected, I was baffled. But it was also something that, when I started explaining about film scanning and the actual resolution in film and stuff like that, even the people who worked with Super 35, they never had that knowledge base, because they never had that experience, and they weren't even ever thinking about it that way. And it was always a process for me, because I think it's the clear answer now. 4K is obviously here. You can get it streamed on your TV. It's no longer something I have to argue about. And honestly, every one of those vlogger, blogger, celebrity DPs that were on those panels are now shooting in 4K too.
Yep.
It's just they didn't have the background of working with motion picture film. My specific experience really surrounded Super 16 through 70 millimeter 15 perf IMAX film. And actually, here's a fun one that never came to be. I don't think they'll ever do it either. Kodak was actually planning on making a 100 millimeter negative for a little while, which was going to be quite the feat. But to make a new camera system and lenses would be impossible at this point. And it's funny because like filmmakers like Christopher Nolan, for instance, like everything he's doing with large format film is very much in line with what I'm doing with large format and high resolution digital. And digital's just been slowly getting better. We've had better color science. I saw Graham Natras was chatting earlier. Maybe I should actually see your screen more.
I mean, it's like 4K shooters today that are just now joining and realizing 4K. The only reason they're doing it is because it's easy now. They're not interested in doing a challenge to get ahead of the game. But I mean, if you started in 4K a while back, you're so much,
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny when I'm doing these like 12K, 16K, and 32K projects where it's like, you know, they're exhibition resolutions. They're not standard resolutions yet. And the 12K and 16K stuff, you know, it's really nice to downsample that for an 8K finish because it looks absurdly good. And that was the same reason we oversampled with film. We would scan at a higher resolution, so a film grain would be bigger than a pixel, basically. And when you downsample, you get better image quality. It's just what happens. And this is actually really the reason I caught on to Red early on is, you know, especially once they started going 5K and above, that's where it really made sense. And then I think I famously said that Dragon was probably the most important sensor that they made because prior to that, Red was still controversial in the industry with Mysterium X and certainly being used to a great use on big features. But what I noticed with Dragon, and I was very fortunate to be invited by Chris Probst onto a test shoot where I first met Jared and all that stuff. Actually, probably not my first time I met Jared, but it was a really exciting day to see that sensor in action for the first time. And I really enjoyed what it did on the day. And then I got to do my test shoot with it that actually, Probst's short never actually, I don't think that ever got released. But I shot that makeup girl thing with that prototype camera. We did that all in like 3 or 4 hours. It was so quick. Great artist, Julia Chavez is the airbrush artist, and Shannon is our model there. I mean, the long and the short of it was the thing I noticed about Red Dragon was all of the film people who really were like not looking at Red suddenly were looking at Red. And it was a combination of things. It was the resolution, it was the color, it was the dynamic range, the general image quality. The camera at that time was epic and certainly was inspiring as well because it was so small. I mean, all these guys, I mean, most DPs at that point probably weren't handling their own cameras, but I've had 72-pound plus cameras on my shoulder. And I'll tell you, you know, smaller is a trend that everyone is definitely enjoying. But it does make me laugh when like someone tells me they can't carry a 5-pound camera all day.
Right.
So blows my mind.
Red, you know, when they came out, the camera system and the everything behind it is what excited me about it. But Dragon was the first sensor that excited me about the Red platform further. I mean, that's what made me jump into Red was the Dragon sensor. It was just so good.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't know if you can see. Oh, what did I just do? Did I just delete that?
Oh
my God.
Control Z. Control Z.
I can't be that bad at life. I don't know where. Oh, these are all the little JPEGs. Oh no, I just hit like page up or something. This is actually a funny frame from Evan Almighty on the ARC set at Universal. I spent about a month and a half on set for this one. So the reason there is a gate there is this production, we were working with live animals. Lots of live animals. I think over 200 animals were used on the film. And we had these safe cages because if a lion got loose or something like that, you were supposed to just, you know, lock yourself in the cage, right? And one day that happened. And at the Universal lot, I was actually up at the soccer park adjacent one of the parking lots there where all the animals were stored. And it was bizarre. Like you'd have a giraffe in one area, a water buffalo walking around, and someone flying like a vulture, and then the lions kicking it in the shade. But on this day, I came down from the park because I had to go down to set for something. And I went down in the golf cart and I saw everyone standing outside I think it was stage 28. I was like, what's going on? Like, what is the building on fire? Like, why you guys are like coming out of the stage? They're like, the lion got loose. And I'm like, the lion got loose? Like the lion's in the theater, like the stage. Like, what are you talking about? So one of the lions apparently got a little bit like rambunctious. And instead of everyone going into the cage, they just decided to run out of the stage. So there's this moment where there's this empty sound stage and there's a lion somewhere in there and no one knows where it is. So at this point, I've been around the set for probably 4 weeks. And I definitely like kicked it with that lion a bunch. Like that was actually kind of where I would hang out most of the time if I was up at the soccer park area. And I went in with a small team of people, and we were all very cautious, walking very slow, looking around, looking in the rafters, like who knew, where this thing was. And lo and behold, there was this blue screen at the other side of this, like to the right. Lion's just kicking it there, calm as can be, not doing a damn thing. And I'm like, what? And the trainer literally just walked right up to it, like not even a problem. And yeah, whatever happened, it probably just got spooked by something. But it was just a hilarious moment on set, and there was no real danger, honestly, because everyone was inside a cage that needed to be. But what we would do, much like the Dr. Dolittle movies, we'd shoot all the animals separately and then composite the scenes to have them all in the same scene, which got problematic with some of the crazier comps with like all the birds and stuff like that. So, yeah. Gosh, nice little werewolf from Cabin in the Woods. So like I mentioned, probably the first 150 or so films I worked on were primarily Panavision films. And I fortunately moved to Woodland Hills, which was a 10-minute drive to Panavision. And interestingly enough, Dalsa was there too, who also has some history in the earlier days of digital cinema. So this was the world I was actually familiar with until, my world was Kodak and Panavision, and until some of the digital cinema stuff started really coming up. The Viper was cool, but never really inspired me. The earliest VistaVision 4K Phantom was cool, but very thin dynamic range, but a cool sensor. Camera was a little bit unwieldy. Kind of the similar thing with like the F65 that Sony released. Like the F65 had a great sensor, love that camera, but the camera was not fun to work with, if that makes any sense. And I think that's kind of one of the things that we like don't talk about enough with digital cinema cameras is they have to sort of inspire creativity, right? Like you want filmmakers to be able to use them. I think Red's been like, I don't know, anyone who's ever told me that it's hard to use a Red camera and has never used a Sony or a Canon camera with all like the deep menus blows my mind. But when you're coming from a world where there's like a couple switches and a button, and like Ari did that pretty well. It's a fairly refined process with the Alexa. And Red's getting there. I actually like the idea of a touch screen and all of that. And I think we've seen with like the DXL and Ranger, like they've kind of done a weird pseudo hybrid. Like now you have the touch screen and now you have your accessible camera controls. I'm curious how that's going to like go moving forward for everybody. Like the new C500 Mark II from Canon, I think it's a banging camera. That menu system, deep. It's a deep one.
There's only 700 buttons on the side too.
And my first date with that camera was like, all right, let's take out the notepad because I got to find out where everything is. When I first used that camera, there was no manual for it. Oh. So I had to like make my own manual. And I'm sure they moved stuff in the menu since then.
Well, that's the weird thing too. Every manufacturer says that this belongs under this menu, but each manufacturer is different, and they have it all over the place. And
Yeah, this is actually a really cool still. This is at Edwards Air Force Base from the first Iron Man film, and this is for the scene where Tony, at the very beginning of the film, basically, and this was such an interesting time. At this time, I worked on probably 70 to 80% of all Marvel productions before Marvel Studios happened. And there was a lot of overlap between different production companies and things like this. So I was working on The Incredible Hulk at the same time I was asked to come out to Iron Man. And this actually turned into one of the best on-set experiences for me, because I had facial hair, not unlike Tony Stark, which I had no idea. And we're all about the same height, Robert and his double, Fitzy, this guy named Patrick. So they would always try to like put the jacket on me and put me in scene. And it was like the funniest thing. And it was a good time on set, because we're all like, you know, hanging out in the sun all day. We had actual military there from 3 different bases. Everyone was super professional. These planes were freaking massive.
they're huge.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good time. And I don't know, it's fun looking back at some of these older stills. I was there shooting visual effects stuff. There isn't an inch of that plane I didn't see. Interestingly enough, I was the first civilian to shoot a full-size drone at Edwards, which caused some stir. But it was all worked out. Oh, let's see. I put this in here for funsies. One of these things is probably one of my most photographed subjects, and that's that color chart. I can't tell you how many color charts, camera tests, lens tests. I mean, you know how much testing I do, and I should have at some point made a folder and just grabbed still frames of every color chart, but I don't even know how many it would be, because I mean, we do it on every take of stuff I shoot, so kind of funny. Just put it in there because I thought it was a nice mention. That was, I was shooting from the Genie on Cirque du Freak here. Very cool film to work on. There's the merman from Cabin in the Woods, the actual makeup and mask. That was the Vatican Square from Angels and Demons. That was built at the Hollywood Raceway. And this is actually everything I love about filmmaking. This scene actually required a helicopter to land inside the square, which, you know, the Vatican wasn't too privy to do. So they literally built Vatican Square with freight containers, a lot of green screen. And this was like, I think I was leaving set one morning and I grabbed this and I was like, I just had a special moment where I just actually did a whole bunch of shooting in there, and I just walked away and I was like, man, we got this thing that's like 4 containers tall. We got columns everywhere. We had so many digital doubles as well as extras. It was the most extras I've ever seen on a set. But the digital doubles were going to be added, as well as these mannequins who wore these creepy face masks that would just be standing in the far off distance that you'd never know were there. But when you're walking around this thing at like 3 o'clock in the morning and the set's empty and everyone's getting like lunch, it is the spookiest thing on earth when you're walking through like a few hundred mannequins with human face masks on. Yeah.
Duclos says hello.
Hello, Matthew. My best
He's on
to you and your
Facebook.
family.
I can't post it. So.
Oh, I'll be showing off some Duclos lenses stuff in a second here for sure. I brought some. Another interesting one was burlesque. I was shooting burlesque in LA, and there was this really weird moment. This was actually shot with Primo Primes on Red Epic Mysterium X, if I remember correctly, at Harvell's down in Santa Monica. Burlesque actually vanished from California for a little while, and I ran into a burlesque dancer that I saw at some point in my life who was doing booth modeling at an E3, Electronic Entertainment Expo. And I was at that E3 probably hawking my concept art portfolio. And I asked her what she was doing there, and she was like, yeah, we're doing what we can, and so on and so forth. And then her name is Tracy Phillips, and she single-handedly, in my opinion, reinvigorated burlesque in Los Angeles, and it's now still a very vibrant scene. But like there were 2 years where there was like no burlesque going on in LA. It was very strange. So I supported that in every way I could, and there were lots of little shoots and stuff. This was actually for the Wasteland video game shot on Scarlet MX. That was a cool shoot, actually. Lots of really fun lighting gags. So there's like a 1K on the stand outside, but this is actually this milk jug and this sort of front fill. They're both flashlights. That's it. What did I do for the key? I think that's actually probably the milk jug. I can't even remember now. I love getting experimental with lighting. This is for a video for Lindsay Hahn, a music video for Addicted, where we paid homage to a bunch of different horror films, like Silence of the Lambs here. And then there's a Kubrick shot from Clockwork Orange, which manually pulling focus on the zoom, which is not the first time I had to do that. Like manually, I mean like on the lens, not with a follow focus. Real tricky. And the artist who made this mask is actually a very talented Chelsea Bayouth. Very, very talented. I think that was just paper mache. It's supposed to be like kind of weird and dreamy. Gosh. So this was a film called Illusion I shot with a director named Jessica Hester. And we won a bunch of awards for this guy. And I won Best Cinematography at the Beverly Hills Film Festival, and John Voight, of all people, ended up giving me that award. And the funniest thing about this was I told them I could not make the award show because I was filming something in the desert. And on a lark, when I got up at like 5 o'clock in the morning to go make my call time, I brought fancy clothes. And when I wrapped on set from the desert, I zipped back to the hotel, got changed in my car, got in right as they were giving me the award for Best Cinematography. And the dude was like giving me the whole thing, like this cinematographer. John was like saying like this, he wants to be on the stage of so on and so forth. And it was a really profound moment in like this like really weird movie moment where like I walked into the ballroom kind of thing. And when I like quietly sat at the table, my entire crew from the production was like, what the hell are you doing here? And I literally arrived right when they were giving me the award. It was surreal, dude. Yeah, that's why I included that one. Some more burlesque, actually. I don't know, just random frames. I guess we should probably start talking about aerial cinematography. Do you need me to go take a break on the stills for a minute, or what are you thinking?
You can do what you want. I mean, if anybody wants to ask questions, I have it ticking at the bottom, but if you're on Facebook, jump over to the YouTube. For some reason, I can't post questions from Facebook. I can read them. So if you have them, I'll do that. But if you want to post them, I'll just go over to the YouTube channel and post them. And you can watch there. We have well over 30 in now.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I guess actually this was really fun. I've more than once I've been sort of the person, I don't know, when people were telling me 4K was so hard. Red did that thing at 1NAB where it was like my world is 4K, and in like 9 days I made the short film, like concept to completion, with full 3D CGI animated like floating creature things. I mean, in less than 2 weeks. And I did the same in 8K some time later. And then obviously like Forge was my first 8K shoot. But I don't know. It's interesting. I don't mind being the first guinea pig, and I certainly understand the realities of like, if you have 3,000 visual effects shots with like hardcore simulations and things like that, doing an 8K workflow on a major motion picture would be astronomically expensive. But I think this year, I mean, I know there's several films being done right now with 4K visual effects. So it's less of a talking point. It's just one of those things. Like I was doing it a little bit beforehand. This is an actress I collaborated with for a long time. She was very talented, Sarah Johnston. Met her randomly. Shot the short film called The World After. This actually got me a lot of work for Sharp early on. And I was doing those early 4K and 8K shoots for the television companies. This was sort of the thing that got me those early jobs, strangely.
Let's start talking about the aerial stuff, and then we can dive back into this stuff as time permits. And
Talk to the aerial stuff.
Introduce the world here. That is your.
Where do you start with? I don't know. Here's a camera on a bird. So yeah, my first aerial shoot was in the 2000s. It happened north of Vancouver. I was strapped to the skids of a helicopter with a Panavision camera on my shoulder, shooting a small sequence as well as plates, freezing literally everything off of my body, shooting footage. And that was my first aerial shoot. But technology was advancing quickly, and there's definitely more and more higher quality aerial cinematography happening. And I think my next shoot was, I used Tyler mounts and stuff like that. But the first time I used a Cineflex, I was like, oh, this is cool, the gimbal technology. And when I say gimbal, I mean these things that you actually attach to the helicopter, kind of similar to your handheld gimbal, but these are like way more powerful and infinitely better. Some really interesting things happened. A couple projects needed aerials, and I had some drone experience working with gas-powered drones even. Like, it was just weird. I was getting phone calls out of nowhere. And then a few opportunities came, but none bigger than the Apple TV aerial project, which, job of a lifetime, project of a lifetime, really, to be able to film the quantity of footage that we do in the countries that we do. Here we're using the shot over F1 gear, which is my preferred system, actually. And this was actually on the Red Dragon 8K VistaVision. This was one of the 6 of those ever publicly released, and it was the first one. I got that camera that July, and I was 2 weeks later filming this project, this phase of it. But I think what sets me apart, it's a little bit more common now that everyone's doing it, but I was getting hired to shoot long form aerial content. And that's not what most helicopter aerials are. If you look at most aerial shots, they're like 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 15 seconds maybe for an establishing shot. For Apple and some of the television manufacturers and things like that, it's been 2 minutes, 9 minutes, 16 minutes. I think the longest shot I've done that's held is 45 minutes long. And this is actually a style of cinematography a lot of people aren't familiar with, but it is considered a long form, or a lot of people call it a oneer, but a oneer in the air is very different than like a 1917 or something like that, right?
And for those who aren't quite familiar with what he's talking about, the Apple Aerial project, if you're on Apple TV and your screensaver pops on, all those city views, all those landscape views, that's Phil Holland.
Yep. Here's one of these crazy locations in China. We filmed in such a remote area here that we actually had to drive the helicopter in, as well as the fuel. And I'm pretty certain none of these people have ever seen a helicopter before in this village. And that's us chilling out, our local crew. I ate lunch on this tractor more than once. This is where we took off from. We would, it's wet right here because we would water down the takeoff area, which is quite the contrast. I filmed in Dubai quite a bit, but like you'll see I have an ice pack on the camera here. This isn't actually to cool the camera off at all. It's to cool the camera off while we're on the ground because the radiating heat on the concrete is so damn hot. So it's really just to keep the camera cool before we're in the air, because the air would actually cool it off a little bit. And this is actually,
how hot would it get in there?
Oh, well, the concrete would be hotter, but 130 degrees off the ground, maybe hotter. The hottest we ever had it was at Liwa. I measured over 160 degrees in the ball, so I popped holes in the rear of the shot over dome because it was necessary. We were not prepared for the sun beating down that much. And what we do is we would actually fly at higher speeds sometimes to cool down the camera even. and flip it around to get air going through. Just because I was concerned, I didn't want anything to go wrong. Because when you're in the middle of if you're at the edge of the earth shooting this, you don't want things to go wrong.
Right.
This is one of their takeoff zones. This is the Royal Airport in Dubai, in the Royal Hangar. It's the largest hangar in the world, and all of these doors actually slide. It's quite spectacular. I think one of my favorite days there was I shot this with that old Olympus lens. I can tell from the coma. Is Matthew still watching? Matthew Duclos, here's your coma on a 21 millimeter old Olympus lens. But look at how cool it gets in the foreground, though. It's an image artifact from the lens. But one day, working at this hangar, this huge 747 was there, but it had no windows. And there was only one other time I saw a plane with no windows, and it was a cattle mover in Hawaii that would fly cattle over to California. But this one was a plane dedicated to racehorses. And I was there as they were loading all the racehorses. They had their own little like pens that they would load into the plane. It was actually quite spectacular. I always thought this was cool. This is one of the locations we filmed in Greenland. Probably the most north airport you can get to, short of Svalbard, or Bard. I think it's Bard. Umanak, when we landed there, the sign greeted us, and I don't know if you can read it there, Scott, but it says Santa's Vacation Paradise. And there's this really cool Santa image, right? But if you look behind it, it's a cemetery.
Right. Well, I mean,
and there's only like 200, 300 people who live on this island. It was so bizarre. But yeah, like the Greenlandic mythology is like Santa lives there. There, I showed, that's a Zeiss. That's a Zeiss 28 to 80 in there. Got some more aerial stills I want to show you.
Ooh.
Here's some from downtown LA. This was not for Apple, but one of my favorite sunsets. If you catch it just right, there's some really magical things where, this is after the sun has gone over the horizon here. But this building in particular reflects light in just detail in such a way that it just sparkles and shimmers, almost like you're looking at the ocean. It's whoever designed it, I'm certain, wasn't imagining someone being flying around it or whatever,
Right.
but it does good things. And this is from a project that was supposed to come out in theaters actually this month, or April actually, IMAX feature, but lo and behold.
Simon Becker is asking, "Hey Phil, so interesting listening to you. Any news on Cinco de Komodo?"
Cinco de Komodo. I can certainly talk about Komodo. Do you want me to talk about the array stuff real quick, or do you want me to talk about Komodo?
Absolutely. Yeah, because that was kind of dazzling my eyes earlier.
So, through strangely my experience with that HDR imaging, high dynamic range imaging from VFX, which also extended to plate photography, stitching motion picture content happened for me along the way, which is really easy if you have a camera locked off, actually. But when you start moving a camera array through time and space, things can go crazy. And then there's two different types of arrays where you're using multiple cameras. You can have a concave situation or a convex, which is what's described as an unstructured array. And it's actually quite hard to do. Gotham Filmworks in New York basically ordered the first shot over K1 hammerhead system, which was a flexible platform. It still is a flexible platform where you can set up a camera array of any sort on there. And I wanted to do something really special for it. They all gave me the opportunity to do so. And I was like, well, we had to do a test shoot. No one ever flew with this thing before. So like first and foremost, we were just testing it out. But the process was we set up 3 cameras in an array. There's a blog on this on my website. I wrote an article on it. And my goals here were to actually shoot a very large image, as large as humanly possible within the confines of our budget and everything. But I took 3 Red Monstro 8K VistaVision cameras, turned them on their side, and equipped them with Tokina Cinema Vista 35 millimeter primes, which are a pretty generous covering lens, but also fairly flat. When you're shooting arrays or stitching even still photographs, you want some overlap. So there's a tooth, so you can actually stitch them together. Generally speaking, I recommend like 20 to 30% overlap to be very generous. But for this shoot, because I knew everything going on, I wanted to do something a little bit different. I wanted to see if we could get to a 12K by 8K image. So the overlap we were doing, I mean, you'll see, actually, I'll show you some of the raw images here. Where did I put them? There they go. So that's all the overlap we had. That building right there to that building right there, which is very small, probably not that much. And then this one to this one. You can see the base building there. Now the distance is actually a little bit misleading because if things look further away and there looks like there's more overlap than there is, but it was actually a very small amount. And the resolution we get from that, all stitched together, is this guy right here. Now, there's a little bit of fudging going on here because I have the power to project the data. But long and the short story is we're taking a 40.96 millimeter wide sensor by 21.6 sensor, doing that, extending them to 3. So what you get is like a 60 by 40 image plane. And that's a very large format cinematography. And, you know, we were shooting medium format aerial cinematography, 48 frames per second on both phases of this. And that black and white image I loaded up earlier, I wanted to show you guys.
You just kept drilling down into it. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, the black and white's just easier to see the details. So here's the full frame. And you can see it's actually 3:2, right? 3:2 aspect ratio. What you guys ended up seeing me put online was like it cropped into 16 by 9. So I'm just going to punch into 100%. And that's the detail you're getting. I don't know what resolution. What are you streaming at there, Scott?
I think it's going to output it at 720 coming from here, but it's
okay. So this is 100% at 4K on my screen. So what you're actually thinking about is like this. Probably.
Yeah, you can keep going because I can still see detail.
Oh, no kidding.
Okay. Yep.
Well, I mean, I'm punched in 400% on a
okay. 400, that would be right.
Yeah, but I mean, it's an amazing experience. When I shoot a lot of this long form aerial content, I'm designing my compositions and framing logic to basically have that broad stroke first, and then I'm trying to also set up for micro compositions that will allow you to rewatch the material and still discover something new. So like footage like this, you could probably, this whole shot, you could rewatch probably 100 times and still find something new in it.
Yeah, no, that's the amazing thing. Grossman, I can't tell if he's being serious or not because you never know with Grossman, but he's asking 23976 or 24.
That's an interesting question. Honestly, I do whatever the client tells me to do. So if it's 2997, I don't, but for my narrative projects, I made the decision last year to shoot everything 24p. I have gone back to hardcore progressive. I prefer that. I think it should be 24p and 60p. And if you're insane, maybe 120p for displaying content, and also 30p. I should put it in there. 30p does look really, really good for the right type of thing. But that's 2997. 30p is not an actual standard.
He was being serious.
I mean, it's an interesting conversation, especially now in this digital era where, like, come on, like, what are we doing? Here's some stuff from Dispatcher, which you've seen. There's that first dragon shoot.
Yep. I know that shot very well.
That was a good one.
Tim says no love for 48p.
I think 48's fine. I don't have any. I don't have anything against 48p. Oh, I love this frame actually. Love what's going on there. Yeah, let me stop screen sharing so I can actually see you for a second here and see what's going on there. Oh, there we go. I got more stuff I can show, but like.
Oh yeah. All right, let's throw some questions. Who's got some questions out there? They want some answers. I thought there was a few. Let me see if I can find them here. Because you need a break for a moment. Let's see here.
I mean, I can safely say I don't know what direction to go. My career has not been linear in any way, shape, or form. So,
I mean, I can. Somewhere there was a question. I have to go back and find it. When do you think 8K? Well, and Grossman's now asking the question. When do you think 8K is going to be important for people to embrace?
I mean, it's important for me now. I mean, it's how I make a living, really.
Well, for sure, but you already established yourself as living on the cutting edge.
Right. Well, you got to keep them. I mean, due to our sort of viral pause, as we are figuring out what's going on here, a lot of things that were happening this year are no longer happening. But like this year, the Olympics were going to be broadcast in 8K. You're a member of the Red User Forum, and I told people about that 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, that's a big one, and they already have 8K streaming in some areas. I think there's two channels now doing 8K streaming in Japan. You know, it's just a matter of time before we get it in the US, and I'm actually curious. It's certainly going to be a streaming service that does it.
Yeah.
You definitely need the bandwidth. You have to keep in mind that a lot of the streaming services are literally designed to Phil's question are literally designed to work on like common Wi-Fi. So not everyone has gigabit connections and stuff like that. Like I'm streaming right now via gigabit, and you know I got a million other things going on in my house. You know, but I'm not trying to stream through the phone. I'm not trying to do anything like that.
8K on the phone would be covered. Does Japan have broadcast 8K? Is that?
Yeah, they actually have antennas in 8K. They're a little bit different than us. So Sharp, I think, released the first TV with that antenna 2 years ago. It's an actual coax that goes into the back.
Right.
But we'll see. Tim.
So Grossman's question is 8K enough? I mean, that is a question, and I know I've heard where you think the limit of usability is, but you know what is, you know, is 8K enough? What is enough? What?
Yeah, I think my particular opinion about this is I think there's certainly a place for 8K in the home. My big, like that question's already been answered for me. I have an 8K TV sitting next to me. I have an 8K monitor right there. I had 2 prototype 8K screens come through here in the last like 8 months before this whole thing paused up. So, you know, that world's evolving and changing. For us in the production side, the next big step is 4K monitoring on set, which is going to be a slow evolution over the next like probably 2 to 5 years, depending on what you think, as well as more on-set HDR monitoring for that matter. Everything's kind of happening in tandem at the moment. But for 8K in the home, you know, 8K is now as cheap as $3,500 for a big TV. 2 years ago, it was $110,000, and it's following that same path. In terms of it being enough for a viewing experience, my personal question is, will consumers be captivated by resolution enough to seek a higher than 8K resolution screen in the home? Now, let me add to that 2 things. That doesn't mean I don't think cameras should capture beyond 8K. I'd love for a higher resolution digital cinema camera. There's a lot I want out of the current 8K cameras as well. So I think there's room there. But I also think if you've been tracking the things that have been going on at CES and some of the places where my footage has been showing, Samsung's got that wall display, right? Where you have this big screen, a big canvas that you can put anything on. Let me do that stupid thing. So you can put anything in this cube. Let's just say it's a 16K resolution cube. Why can't you watch 4K football games and then your Twitter feed or whatever on the wall? And we're kind of going into a realm where that's going to be possible, but I think that's going to be the higher end of things for a little while. I think 4K through 8K has to become the standard first, and then we'll see those crazy 8K screens.
I mean, I get concerned that if they change it so fast that people won't want to commit to anything because they're afraid they don't want to buy. There's still a mentality that they don't want to buy a new TV, but like every 5 or 6 years, and now it's to the point where you might want to buy one every 2 years.
Well, I think now, the safest TV buy right now is a newer 8K HDMI 2.1 set. So you can do single cable 8K because the 2 hardware devices for playback are coming, as well as new GPUs that support that. Right now, I'm feeding my 8K TV through 4 HDMI cables. The 8K Dell takes 2 display ports. That's been the hard stuff. The thing is that it has to become easy on the consumer basis for it to be adopted, as well as the price to come down. The HDMI 2.1 cables that supported 8K over a single cable didn't even exist a couple of years ago. And the first one I saw was like over $300. And I was like, try getting a consumer to buy a $300 cable to plug their PlayStation in. But we're now to the point where, like, on Amazon, you can get one of those for $15 or $30. So,
Duclos says 8K is sort of the max of lenses today. Thoughts?
Oh, that's not true. He knows that's not true.
Yeah, I thought there was a measurement done recently that.
Is that Matthew marketing his 8K and HDR lenses? Yeah, it's one of my little quirks about things. I love going to trade shows and seeing lenses advertised at a certain resolution or for HDR. I understand the HDR thing because they will say that the lens is very contrasty, so it can capture very deep blacks and whatever. Resolving power is interesting because it's also relative to the format size. So, if we're talking about Matthew Duclos and testing a lens on a projector, what will happen is we will discern line pairs in depending on the format size and also the optical filtration that will hopefully be doing some anti-aliasing protection. You are going to soften the image up a little bit. So, a 200 line pair lens, depending on your format size. So what is the highest resolution that you can get relative to your format? I think if you look at red helium camera, because it has such a small pixel size, it is actually short of the Sharp 8K Micro Four Thirds. It's the highest resolution digital cinema camera. And there are lenses that resolve that small pixel pitch. I shoot with Monstro. So you could probably pack twice as many pixels into Monstro's format size and still get a decent image. I don't know if that's the right course of action, but there's room. But I have to say, man, the thing about resolution is just it's exploded into a world of chaos. And I've written about it for well over a decade publicly and probably another decade privately among studios and stuff. But the hard thing is pixels are evil. And what I mean by that is we don't want to see a pixel.
Right.
And we don't want to see digital grain if it's ugly, digital noise. So by oversampling, like Monstro at 8K for a 4K finish, man, looks like a freaking dream. Like, it's wonderful. It's a nice way to be. And 8K certainly on a decent sensor allows you to shoot 8K for 8K and look pretty damn nicely. Look pretty damn nice on the screen. But I don't know, man. Like, I just think early on, this is exactly what happened, Scott, and whoever's watching at the moment. I can't see
there's
who
a
it is.
lot.
Okay, here's what happened. when digital came into the film industry, it was shunned. No one wanted to deal with it. No one wanted to invite it in because it represented democratization and all sorts of stuff. But even crazier is you have to keep in mind what early digital looked like. It was over sharpened. It was very thin dynamic range. The whole thing with like a Cineon or a log curve on digital wasn't where we started. It started really with broadcast, and the film industry didn't really have much care for that because the film industry, at least the film industry I came from, put a precedence on quality. And I always deeply respected that. But at the same time, I wouldn't ignore the tools. So the second that Star Wars used that modified Sony camera, which was Panavized and all that, and then eventually became the Genesis, that's where we all kind of knew, we saw what was happening, and now it was getting to that level. And the Genesis was decent for what it was doing at the time. A lot of issues early on, honestly, that I don't care to publicly air, but the camera had a lot of legs and it did well. And as the cameras got smaller, more accessible, that's where Red kind of, they checked off so many tick boxes, like, is your camera less than $300,000? Yes. Oh, wow. It's $17,000 or $16,500, whatever it is. $17,500? I can't remember what the Red one was. And then like fully equipped, it was like $35,000, which was unheard of at the time. Is your camera above 1080p? Yes, it was a 4K camera. Is the workflow there that a normal human with a decent desktop computer can handle and not be a movie studio? Yes, it was there. And then, honestly, some of the bigger revolutions there were when we started getting GPU acceleration on the render.
Oh yeah.
God, that saved so much time. And now with the decode, we can do 8K playback. I can do 8K playback on this laptop right here.
Yep.
It's crazy. At full debare.
It is wild.
So yeah, you have to keep in mind that digital started in a bad place. It looked bad, and no one wanted to deal with it. Slowly but surely, a few very forward-thinking filmmakers, I can think of a few. I think Fincher's up there. Fincher embraced digital technology early. I think anybody should honestly look at all possibilities for anything. We now see things shot on phones for commercials nowadays, right? And especially in this era right now where people are live streaming from home and so on.
Right. It's becoming a standard of itself.
Yeah. So the weirder thing is digital started looking good. It started getting better, and it started getting better very fast. I think the funny time for me was when I had the HVX 200. Cool camera.
I still love
Not
that
a perfectly square pixel.
No.
Very low color. That camera could not see blue to save its life.
And not very sharp at 1080.
No, not really. Well, yeah, and that was the other thing with the 5D Mark II. The 5D Mark II shot 1080p, but it barely resolved 700 lines because of the pixel binning. But it had better color, honestly, than the HVX 200. But the HVX 200, if you shot with it well and knew what you were doing, you could get a damn good image off of it. But boy, it was a far cry. I'll tell you, man, I worked on projects where in 1 week I shot with the HVX 200 and then Super 35 film, Vision 2 or 3 stock, whatever it was. And I'd see the footage side by side and I'd be like, not there yet. Not my 16-bit uncompressed film scan yet. And film's not perfect either. Like everyone's like, oh, film's this and that. And
film's what we're used to. Film, or well,
most people have no idea how film works. The film has it's layers, and you have these tabular film grains nowadays, and what you're seeing is the mixing of colored grain as well as tonal grain with gaps in it. So when people are comparing CMOS to film and things like that, it's never apples to apples. There was someone, well, I really can't bring names into the equation here because it will really not be good. someone was showing a film scan at 10,000 magnification, right? And what you see is tabular film grain. And then they showed a sensor at 10,000 magnification, which is not how a sensor makes an image, nor is it really how film is making an image. And the image was showed to me, and I said, that's the relevance of watching an 83-foot movie screen at less than 3 inches away.
Right.
Like, that's not how any of this works.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm a well-studied, well-examined individual on this, and I think film is still a beautiful medium if you have the means to shoot with it. Cool, choose it as your medium. It is not the best workflow in terms of speed, efficiency, and cost, but what you do have the benefit of is you can say you've shot something on film, which I think is actually just as relevant as you saying you shot on a Venice, an Alexa, or a Monstro, or whatever. You can choose what you ideally, and I'm very fortunate to be in this situation where I get to pick the cameras I work with more often than not. But I have learned through becoming more of a visible person in the film community, especially in local markets where so many people are just given things to work with and they have no say. Some producers only worked on Alexa jobs. So they have to have an Alexa because they don't literally know how anything else works. They don't know how to budget the workflow because if they have to use a different media reader or something like that, even it's mind-boggling. But when you're talking to someone like me who designs workflows and things like that, I mean, every camera's been on the table for me at some point. Every camera that comes out, I'm testing it either right before it comes out or often before it comes out so I can figure out what it does, figure out how to break it. I've been very fortunate with Red where they've allowed me to test a few cameras early on, and that's been invaluable for me because it gives me a head start on Logic. And it was a similar back with Arri in the day. The first time I saw an Alexa, it was on a block of wood. It wasn't even a camera body. So,
So these questions are getting really deep here, and we'll hit those in just a second. Before, I want you to spend a few minutes and talk about your LUTs, because I talk about them a lot, but I think it'd be really nice for you to spend a few minutes and share with them about your LUTs, because I can't.
What an interesting project this has turned into. So Graham Natras, who's the lead color scientist at Red, and there's really not many color scientists in the world, maybe 30 or 40, allowed me to test IPP2 early on. And I was actually abroad filming for most of that. So I was doing camera tests in hotel rooms. It was in outdoors, wherever I was on location. And then when I was back home, I got to do more in depth testing. But I was shooting myself in hotel rooms, lighting myself with whatever light. You have to test everything, right? And early on, the advantages for IPP2 were pretty clear for me. This is an image processing pipeline too for the Red workflow, for those not familiar. And as time has progressed, Red's color science has progressed, and the workflow has gotten really cool. IPP2 is designed around the concept of being able to easily master and monitor in HDR or SDR. Which has been something that ACES is trying to do and has done since. And it's becoming a more common thing. So that tells you the foresight that Red had with that. And it's still a controversial workflow for some, but it really is not for me because I've been exploiting the hell out of it. It's very easy for me to work with. In that sandwich between your Red Code raw footage and your output transform, you can do things to the image. So you can apply a LUT, for instance, that will generally look pretty damn good on HDR or SDR. And that's where those creative cubes came in. I don't remember. I probably have it somewhere. I made my first one and tested it out. I probably made like 6 or something like that. And those creative cubes are very cool. So I had a little bit of a lead time on developing them. And I have all these LUTs that I've made for movies over the years that have been used on screen. And I started thinking about all of the looks that I've crafted for various projects. And I was like, wouldn't it be cool to translate this into the red IPv2 workflow? This red wide gamut RGB and log3G10 workflow. This very broad color space, this very broad tonal space, very cool thing. And I released my first batch of LUTs, and a whole bunch of people downloaded them and bought them and were very supportive of it. And I spent a lot of time making them. I am still spending a lot of time making them. In fact, I'll talk a little bit about that a little bit. These aren't little me. This isn't me spinning dials in Resolve or anything like that. In fact, every classification of my LUTs represents a different method. I've made tools to make these, much like what I did at Rhythm and Hues even. I just made something amazing like not long ago that I can actually now support through a plugin, but I don't know what I'm going to do in the long run. Long and the short of it is I released that first batch of LUTs, and yeah, Tim, thank you, Tim. Love you, buddy. It's been a joy because I see them being used on commercials. I've seen them up on the movie theater screen. They've been used on Netflix shows, and it's mind-boggling. And people show me the stills of the camera monitoring the LUTs on set, and it's nice. It's weird because I've done so much color work on big feature films, but now I'm actually seeing people use them for exactly what they should be used. They're either a starting point for a color grade or a really good place if you shoot really well to just be able to push out a good quality image at the end of the day. My firm belief with digital cinema camera companies, Scott, is they should do their best to give us a relatively pleasing cinematic image that is color accurate, that represents the real world, right? Then it's up to us to craft it, because you might get hired tomorrow to shoot a black and white film or some goofy thing where you only can see the color red. You don't want a camera company making that for you, not necessarily. You want them to give you the full spread at the buffet, and you want to pick what you put on your plate. And that's what I strongly think Red is navigated to. Like, their cameras are alarmingly color accurate, probably to some people a fault, but not really, especially if you know what you're doing. But so my film color LUTs, it was funny. I asked Jared, I gave him a couple of naming options. I was like, I'm going to release these, man. I think people are going to like them. And he told me to go with film color with the PHILM. And you heard my story about film. So I was like, I didn't want to release it. I think it's so hokey. And it was because for a decade at Rhythm and Hues Studios, I had people like, oh, it's Phil from filming. And like filming emphasized, like that kind of thing. Killed me. Like if I had a camera, oh, it's Phil filming something. It was just killing me for a decade. That seems to have gone away, which is nice. But I called them Film Color, and I did my first release. And then I made my second release, which expanded into the achromic looks, which means colorless. And you're taking that RGB image and taking that color data and generating your black and white. I have been working diligently on Film Color 3, as well as some other things that I can't talk about right now. But it'll be very apparent very soon that I'm super excited about. Some of the stuff I've been working on for Film Color 3, pretty space age. And I like the logic. It's a little bit different than the Film Color LUTs. The one thing, thanks, Tim. Yeah. Actually, most of those are based off of motion picture film stocks. And if you really want to have some fun, one of the weird things that I started doing, I showed you guys a picture of a densitometer earlier, right?
Right.
So the question of how do you translate film stocks into digital looks is a very interesting one. Some of the film color black and white looks, I actually made a scale based off of being scanned on paper, meaning the white on the paper being maximum white and the black being maximum black that you can develop. And there's a couple like Ilford ones there that I'm like super, super into personally. But I'm about providing unique things that you guys can use. None of them are going to be like crazy, crunchy, like greenish weird. They're supposed to work on all footage. I have thousands of test shots from people around the world that I quality control these on. And dude, there's a lot of people who shoot like in weird ways that might work for their exposure method. And I have to make LUTs that work for them, as well as stuff that works for everybody else. And like under key footage is so common right now. If you watch any of the newer shows like Ozark and stuff like that, if I made a bolder look that crushes that, 10 to 20 IRE zone, there's no image. There's zero. Right. So when I'm crafting my tone curves and stuff, I have to be aware of that and figure out the math that will like not screw up the world for a lot of people. And that's most of the challenge is making the LUTs. Yeah, I could release 2,000 LUTs tomorrow. That will be all goofy, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm spending, I have some that have gone through 1,200 variations or more. Most seem to go through about 300 to 400 variations. That's why it takes me a long time to kind of make them. Yeah.
So, go out to phfx.com if you're looking for really versatile LUTs, and I do love these. And he's got them on his website where you can see all the different variations that he's doing, and it's worth a look. It really is. They're not expensive, and you get how many? There's 80,
there's almost 300, 40, I think now.
Yeah, Yeah. I was just trying to remember the groupings of them, but there's black and white.
There's going to be. Film color release 3 is going to be less, but also more. That's odd.
That's odd, but that's also a very advertising thing to say.
Yeah, and I think the question I get asked the most is like, some people have figured out how to use them for other camera workflows. They've been used on Arri and Sony jobs, which is fine. You can use them that way. They are designed with a little bit more care than that, but for some people who get into it, they go, oh man, I loved how this looked on my last Gemini shoot, but now I'm working on this camera. Can I make this work in a resolved timeline? And yes, the answer is you can. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate that.
And Tim says, yeah, they're not just versatile; they're very high quality. They really are. It's kind of funny because you can change so many different emotions on a shot just by flipping through them. It's wild.
I think the interesting thing in our modern time, where color grading tools are so accessible for the first time ever, really since kind of Resolve, maybe Speed Grade, you can make an argument with Adobe. Wish they did more with that.
They just poof, it's gone.
For those of you who don't know, there was a company called Iridos who created a software package called Speed Grade. I think it was $35,000 or $45,000 a license. It was similar to Baselight at the time. Baselight was more expensive, and we ended up going with that when we moved over the studio. But the basis of Speed Grade, the Lumetri color engine, which Adobe has repurposed and branded into their Lumetri panels in Premiere, fine. But what Speed Grade is built around is, thanks, Curtis. What Speed Grade is based around is one of the best color engines ever made for any color software. And it's one of these things where like Adobe is a big company, and they do a lot of things I like, and they do a lot of things I don't like, just like every other company. They're sitting on gold though. And if they had a team of 10 programmers, they could do something special. But I don't know. That's up to them. Yeah. Resolve has been obviously, it's clearly the most used color software in the world.
I think Resolve is better looking in some. Obviously it's more powerful.
I'm not talking about Premiere Lumetri.
You're talking about Speed Grade Lumetri.
Speed Grade was a purely designed for 16 and 32-bit world and whatever. Adobe is not quite there yet.
They're kind of lost in their own size. It's kind of weird.
And I can say similarly glowing things. Resolve's had rocky roads early on, and occasionally there's a bug, and no one detects it until it's a problem. But I will 100% commend them on the fervent and rapid updates. It is very powerful and only getting more powerful. And now people are using it for editing and so on and so forth. I don't know if it's going to become the #1 editor in the world. It's hard to beat free, but Premiere and Avid still, and Final Cut still have a lot of merit when it comes to editing.
Yeah, I've tried personally to get into Resolve for editing, and it's a different thought process, and I don't know that I mesh with it yet, or maybe I'm just hard-headed. I don't know.
They need to do work on their GUI layout and being able to have some flexibility there. I think that's when I talk to people who really go down that path, that's usually one of the walls. And there's ways to get around those walls, but it sucks, right?
All right, let's throw some of these questions because they're just piling up here. They're ready for Phil to go. You want to refill your water there for a moment? Or?
No, I'm not running.
Okay, boom. DSMC3 wish list thoughts. What would be on your wish list for DSMC3?
I have lots of thoughts. It's going in a direction I think that is exactly, I think, one of the nice things is Jared Land, the president of Red Digital Cinema, as well as Jim Denard, the founder of Red Digital Cinema, are very accessible human beings. And
absolutely.
I like sitting down and talking to camera companies. It's much like what I used to do with Kodak and Arri back in the day. And Jared has a very receptive ear. I often have very lofty wants, but I'm also someone who won't just present one idea. So there's stuff I want DSMC3 to be. The first time I asked Jared about DSMC3, I asked for 4 different things. And I think the second time we got to talk about it, I asked for 5 different things. So I added one in there.
So he's not going to invite you back because you're just going to add another one?
Well, no. No. I think any one of those things will make a compelling next generation camera. And I think Red is very aware of that. They have some very smart people working for them, and dude, their sensor design team, like, they've been killing it. Like, I don't think people understand, like even the Komodo sensor is like weird and new and not been done before. Like, when people actually see what it can do, also in a camera form factor that way, just a lot. So they've been killing it. They're obviously investing a lot of money. It's not cheap making these sensors. My knowledge base of any of this comes from back when I lived in Woodland Hills, being down the street from Dulce. And strangely, through that HDR camera that we built at Rhythm and Hues, I was building a camera. And my knowledge base has expanded because sensor technology has also advanced astronomically. There's a lot of different directions sensors can go in the future. And we now have much more modern hardware and all sorts of things that we're certainly going to be exploring in DSMC3. So to answer that question without answering that question, that is my answer.
Okay, here's one. Any advice on how to adopt HDR into indie production, like things to watch out for, ways to make use of it?
Yeah, that's a good question, Rakesh. So HDR does require you to think about things slightly differently. Because you might be mastering for like a 1000 nit, 2000 nit. Honestly, there's some people pushing HDR to go well past 20,000 nits, which is crazy. But who knows where we're going to be at the end of the day. But the thing with that is, if we're talking about a mastered peak brightness, that clipping point on those really bright screens is quite annoying to the eye. So like, Scott's got a light bulb right behind his head here, and I can look at him without being blinded.
Right.
But if that's overexposed and not dialed in, it's going to be very distracting. So this is one of the weirder things about HDR. So what you should look out for with HDR is, generally speaking, you want to shoot cleaner, whatever that means. So you want to be lighting a little bit better, exposing a little bit better, probably exploring lower ISOs than you think. And you also really don't want to be clipping, because a clipped highlight is gone. You know, there's a weird thing about like the myth of highlight recovery. And there's a little bit of that that's possible nowadays because of how the generally sensors lose color information before they lose tonal information. So there is a little bit more meat in the sandwich after you get rid of like the bologna or whatever, but not much. And you just have to be super protective about it. On these higher contrast screens, though, noise is more visible too. So you want to be, you don't want to be shooting at like 6400 ISO all the time, because you'll have to be cleaning it up in post if you're going to do a proper like 2000 nit grade. So and then just a general other thing on HDR. Early on, when I started mastering work for HDR, we saw the demo footage where it's like, boom, explosion, look at how bright and crazy and all that stuff. Look at this jewelry on the table. Look at how sparkly. Cool. Absolutely cool. I'll tell you what's way more interesting to me. Tonal richness. And now we have a 10 to 12-bit container with more color. So for nature filmmakers, like natural history folks like Nat Geo and BBC and all that, that sort of iridescent sparkle that might go off of a school of fish going by, there's a lot more color there to have access to. And I think that is super awesome. And that's how I've actually been using HDR more than anything. The TV manufacturers definitely hire me to show off HDR. And they go, look, we need something extremely bright. We need something with a really bright highlight and a really detailed shadow area. And I find answers to those questions. But at the same time, for me, it's about having way more color, way more tonal richness at your disposal. So yeah, sorry for the long answer, but yeah, I got some strong feelings about that.
Here's your next one. Any thoughts on volumetric image acquisition like we had in the hydrogen phone?
Yeah, I think light field is going to come back around again. It's much like 3D until something really hooks on and captivates people. Hydrogen was close to doing it better than right. Adding a couple more cameras into the mix would have probably made things a little bit more spicy, honestly. But even the dynamically generated stuff was pretty cool. Yeah, it's going to happen. I think... Boy, oh boy. I think camera side pixel resolution will probably get to the point where 12, 16K imagery occurs. The question is, do we get to vector-based imaging first? Then we have information that's not a pixel and not necessarily resolution dependent. Vector-based imaging hasn't been adopted so early because it's so processor intensive, and it's similar to light field. Light field requires a lot of data to really make it sing. And also we've seen cameras that are unreasonably sized. Like no one wants to work with a camera the size of a small car anymore. I think that era of filmmaking, like once we got through to the quieter cameras that didn't weigh 600 pounds with a sound blimp on them, it inspired filmmakers to move the camera more and do things with it. So I don't think people really want to go backwards. Even some of the crazy 360 VR rigs, they are literally built to be moved around, and and those things are larger than, some of them get very large.
Is 8K and beyond alone more pixels alone or enough? What? Okay, alone. Is 8K and beyond enough alone, or do we need HDR better pixels at a certain point to even see the difference? Also, is there a point when you need higher, faster pixels, high frame rates?
Good question, Albert. Good question. So the thing I want to tackle all of those. So you have resolution, dynamic range. We'll say dynamic range and frame rate right there.
Yep.
So a lot of fun stuff here. Resolution is one thing. Resolution for me is part of the medium. It's just like a film negative, as is dynamic range. In terms of displaying that, yes, we need better display technology if you want to display 12-bit or 14-bit or 16-bit images, in which case we need cameras that will capture probably well beyond that. We already have cameras that capture at a fairly high bit depth in terms of color. So to the short answer is I'm for more resolution. I'm for more dynamic range. No shockers there.
Yep.
I think we're going to see a lot more 8K cameras come out too. And I also think we're going to see a lot more 5K through 6K or whatever happens, because 4K is really the standard for production moving forward for a while. And that's where the newer Canon, the new Komodo and all that fit in. It's a bread and butter camera when it comes down to it. So is there a point where you need faster pixels? The frame rate question is a fascinating one, and I strongly think that frame rate is tied to what you want the project to be experienced as. So some people have seen, Scott, you've seen some high frame rate films, right?
Yep.
They look different.
They feel different. The look changes into a feeling really quickly.
Okay, so our mammal human brain, when you do this in front of your face, there's natural motion blur. And there's weird things going on that your brain is predicting the next moment, strangely enough. Like if I threw you a pair of keys or a set of keys and said, close your eyes right before you catch them, you probably could catch them because your brain's doing stuff. The balancing act of 24 frames per second, though probably decided upon because it was financially feasible, has something quite wonderful about it in terms of being slightly surreal to tell a story. I don't think every movie needs to be 120 frames per second or 60 frames or whatever. But I will say I was part of a 4K 60p test for the NBA, and seeing 4K 60 frame rate basketball done proper for what a broadcast would be was awesome. And the things being said in the room behind us were, oh my God, you see, that wide shot where people are taking the ball past half court and stuff like that. You can see where the players are looking. You get that detail. So that's the 4K-ness. But also the higher frame rate really allows for that sort of visibility as well. So where I think higher frame rate sings the most pleasing song is often for live sports. This was actually even magnified for me more, which was something I was not a part of. I got to see the first 8K 60p IP broadcast of a tennis match. And it was Rafa Nadal versus some other player who I did not recognize. And it was unreal, man. It was so good. I mean, you could see the line calls clearly. We were watching on a 70-inch 8K screen. There were three 8K cameras set up just to do the demo. And, that's great. That's really great. So I think 60p, maybe even 100p or 120p have a place for sports and probably live stuff. Does it have a place in narrative filmmaking? Sure, if you want to explore it, but more often than not, how I visually see a film, probably not. But I'll say each project's different, man. I just shot something in 60p late last year, and it's showing in 60p. And one of the hardest things to do was to make cinematic images with moving the camera that didn't feel like a CG, right. So smooth. So I
often describe it as, doing a romantic comedy in CinemaScope does not necessarily serve the emotion of it. And 60p for a romantic comedy may not serve the emotion or the dreaminess that you're trying to convey, or, in there. So it needs to serve the project.
Yeah. I mean, I think the bigger tale for me throughout all of this is, now that digital cinema is opening up and we now have we have access to these larger format sizes. That's been empowering for me. And if you know anything about me, VistaVision and a couple other film formats, smaller and larger, sing to me. And I think the format size has been very interesting to explore for different applications. Like the work I've done narratively with the full 8K frame is so cool. And it's a slightly different visual language. And it's very funny because a lot of people try to downplay the impact of format size because you can find ways to match a frame and whatnot. But when you start doing that, you're starting to move the camera. You need more light. You need different lenses. The lenses themselves will look slightly different. And then if you're actually moving the camera in space, say a 35 millimeter lens on Super 35 versus a 50 millimeter lens or a 35 millimeter lens on VistaVision, those mean different things. And you'll see different parallax. So if you're a real discerning image maker, there's absolutely freaking differences. It's really weird because I see some really big filmmakers, try to make some interesting points, but like no one is shooting large format because of a lot of reasons. And it comes down to quality. It comes down to depth. It comes down to exploring the format size. And he's mixing and matching formats, which is something I would not personally do much. I would just prefer maybe he just, the budget actually just to shoot everything in 15 perf is actually quite high. But like if you have to do 27 takes of a dialogue scene on, 70 millimeter, that's pricey film. But
somewhat related, thoughts on variable time frame rate in the same timeline project, 24 for dramatic and ramping up to higher for action.
So what I proposed to the Academy in the 2000s was I wanted a metadata driven system where this is before Netflix, by the way. I wanted a metadata driven system where if someone showed a commercial that they wanted to show at 60 frames per second, the television or viewing device would be able to detect that and play it appropriately, then go back to 24p. Because, I mean, this whole digital smoothing thing has been in the limelight recently with Tom Cruise and so on, talking about it. But the digital comb filter and smoothing has been an issue as long as flat panel TVs have been around, because it is. And I've been fighting against that war for a while. And now we're seeing some really fancy companies come up with like AI, converting all the footage to like 120 and then try to make adaptive motion blur based off of the contrasting frame and so much. So in the same project, I think it's going to be personally distracting, but I think there's a way to make it work. I just don't know if that's what the world needs.
Yeah. I could certainly mess with the brain. Okay, it's been asked about 6 times, so I'll just tell us about Komodo.
They're a really big lizard, primarily found in one place in the world. The Komodo. Maybe there's a king Komodo on that island. No. Komodo's really interesting. It kind of shocked me a little bit that Red went that route, but what I do see with Komodo is there's a lot of things Red's never done before, right? So you have a very small, compact, relatively affordable camera. It's built to be a utility camera. I've been calling it a Red utility camera since it was announced. And, for the first time, we're seeing integration on the camera. So we don't need modules to attach batteries to it. We don't need, proprietary media even. You literally just need batteries, you don't even need a monitor. You just need batteries, media, and a lens to roll with that camera. And it's in a super small form factor. That little surprise dazzler with the 6K global shutter sensor, it makes nothing but sense to me because you can put it on cars, you can put it on the gimbals, It's small enough to be used in a lot of creative ways, and that solves those problems in those use cases. You see a lot of people who've been shooting with them, shooting handheld. They don't have any jello or rolling shutter stuff that they might have. And when we would have to deal with that on a film camera, we would typically shoot with a higher shutter speed or higher degree or whatever. And this is actually putting us into a camera that provides good image quality. It's going to be the most affordable RED camera. I think for a lot of people, it'll probably be their first RED camera, because the price of entry is so low, and you get the RED code raw workflow right in there, and that's super empowering. I mean, my love for raw data is never going to change. We always kind of need that sort of format, and Redco Raw has been the leader by a mile in terms of what we expect from a digital raw format, compressed or otherwise.
It's such a powerful codec. It's so powerful.
It is, and I think it's interesting as Red, evolves things. Like on paper, I'm sure there was some concern about IPP2 being more complicated, but more complicated than the many other gamma and color spaces as beforehand. I don't know, maybe not. But at the same time, some of those complications are incredibly empowering. So I don't know. I think a lot of people need to look at things a little bit deeper and discover what things like just the highlight roll-offs and tone maps, right? Some people like low contrast with maybe a soft roll-off. Some people are a medium person. I like anything. I think it depends on the filmmaker. There's no real right or wrong answer there. I think somewhere around like medium soft is a pretty nice concept for an image. Medium contrast, soft highlight roll off, and then you take it from there. If that's it, that's all there is. It's a creative platform, and luckily it's raw data, so it's not destructive when you're screwing around with stuff like that. And you can always go backwards and just adjust the metadata, which is really cool when you're grading material and so on and so forth. So
this one is a 2-question, but I think you already answered the second one. So do you sit in on color grading session to secure your look?
Ooh, the spiciest question of the year. Yeah, man. I even get called into grading sessions that I am not doing the grading. It's very interesting nowadays. It'll never be public information what post house I've had to bail out a few times, but I've been given some smaller projects where I've had to regrade them, and I don't know. I don't know what I can say too much about that, but yes, if I am not doing the grading myself or setting a master look that someone could work with, I think the best way. Azariah, that's such a cool name. Old Acre, is that really? That's so cool. So Scott, I guess the shortest answer I can give you, because I have the knowledge base of how things work from capture through post, often my color work is pretty easy on my projects. So it's really about usually getting someone the first light color pass, which I don't even know if people refer to it as that, but yes, it's a first light color pass, and then they can take it from there. For work that goes into clients, like some of my sad faces come from some of my HDR clients where it's like they want to just dial things up to 11, maybe even 12, and you're like, whoa, that color was nowhere near that. But I've given you your best starting spot. I try to do that on every project I can. I've sat in on color sessions. Most people who hire me know that I am well versed in color, and they will either have me sit in on the session or provide the grade. I do a lot of that work myself on smaller projects, for instance, and I like wearing all those hats. People come to me for that. So,
right.
What's your approach to finalizing an HDR project from beginning to end?
Yeah, I think you basically answered that.
Yeah. I mean, that's it. I mean, you know what you're doing on set, and you know what you're doing in the post end, and I really like that closed loop. It's weird. I'm really into collaboration when it comes to working on a movie set, but anything image related, there's only a few people who should really be making those decisions, and a colorist is one of those people. But um, if you've spent a year with a director deciding what the look of the film is and crafting the look of the film on your own, you know what the look of the film is. And if you are someone who is deeply knowledgeable about color post workflows, you should be involved with that process. It is frustrating when I hear, God, it was a Dean Kundi. I think it was Dean Kundi or somebody somewhat recently who just said that, they don't know what happens to the footage afterwards. And
Right. They just shoot and walk away.
it's hard. I have more care for that. I'll go beat down the door.
Bob Gundu on Facebook, he says, would you ever sit in on a Michael Bay color grade?
Yeah, I have.
There you go.
Yeah.
He put a winky face to it too.
Well, I mean, okay, you have to understand that he really enjoys slapping you in the face with something. And that is a valid look, in my opinion. Sometimes it's a little bit egregious, but are we mad because the colors are saturated and we got some crunchy tones with the contrast? No, not at all. I think that suits his look. I think it's a look that he, as a director, has certainly smacked a thumbprint on, and that's cool. Which is really interesting, actually, considering some of his commercial work that has showed more range than that. But yeah, I'm not mad at Michael Bay. I think there's probably more to say about maybe a circular dolly shot being used in a romantic moment.
But it's a really, really epic romantic moment. I mean, it needs to, that kiss needs to be captured.
He's all about making the world spinning when the world's actually spinning.
Right.
If you have literally giant robots and some weird thing that's going to blow up the earth, and you have some weird romantic connection while all this is going on, it's a little bit on the nose, but the whole world's going to be spinning. And right. I get his decisions. I'm not that filmmaker, but I totally understand that.
Another good question from Azariah. For low-key, low-contrast imaging with low exposure like Ozark, what's your approach to retain the details and shadows?
Expose for details. Light the scenes the appropriate way. If your camera's not picking it up, it's not being seen, and it just turns into, if you're shooting on digital, it's the noise floor. If you're shooting on film, it's the film base. You just don't want to go too far. I do know for some streaming shows that definitely explore the lower key stuff, they'll sometimes expose higher than what is graded down. I don't mind working a little bit more accurate on set and just going with the low key look, but the key thing is you don't want to get yourself into trouble by not hitting something with light. So, and lower key is really interesting because typically you're going for a less contrasty vibe because you won't get so much judder and things like that. You also won't have any overexposed highlights if you're protecting for it. So everything is just kind of there as a fairly neutral palette, and you're just kind of popping those moments. So, I mean, I'm personally not scared to crush a black or a shadow down to a place where there's no detail. But anytime I'm doing that, I'm making that decision. Nothing is accidental, especially on a job. I mean, yeah, what was that? There's a project I shot so long ago. What was that project? I found some corner of the frame and it was bugging me that it was crushing, and we needed detail in that corner. It was the only, we had a frame, right? And there was this one area down here, and I was like, I want a fat negative for the grade. We got to add a little bit of something. And I ended up redoing a little. It didn't take that long. It probably took 10 minutes. But we just kind of enhanced the lighting slightly to provide a little bit more meat in that shadow. And that was it. I love filming low key. In fact, a lot of my narrative work, lately, gosh, it's one of the joys, man. I was talking to Crudo about this. His whole thing is like, take light away, and I love playing with the negative and positive shapes of shadow and silhouette, carving out shapes and forms. So, yeah.
Cool. How do you deal with or address image by committee that's so popular these days?
I carry a big axe. No, no, that's a good question, Shane. And I think at the end of the day, when I'm hired by a company to do something, they have to make the call. I'm even not allowed to show sometimes my personal color grade on some projects, but if I have something else I want out of an image, I got to do it for myself at a certain point. But usually if I'm hired, especially like considering I've been in this industry for over 20 years and I don't have an agent or a manager. So the people who are approaching to hire me usually are looking for what I can provide. And that's coming down to the type of content I can create, as well as what I did bring to the table. So ideally, there's some conversation. There's a famous grading session that Shane may or may not know about, but considering I know where he works, and it's one of these things where the first color grade. Here's what I'll say. There's equally not very many experienced colors in the world. But if you have a really good eye for color, you can discern things that are very subtle that have an emotional impact on people. When I worked at Rhythm and Hues, there was a film I was working on called Cat in the Hat with Mike Myers and Chivo, I think shot that actually, a long time ago. Chivo, whatever you want to call him. At the time, I did not call him that. That was a much later thing. So this movie had these sets, right? And it was a big visual effects movie. And we had sequence supervisors at the studio. And for whatever reason, not my decision, we had the sequence supervisors making color decisions on the color. So I'll never forget this. We had like Yul Horman, Harry Lamb. These were sequence supervisors. I'll leave the other two that were the problem unnamed. But there were sequences in the house with these green walls and yellows and really vibrant colors, right? That were intercutting with each other. So you would have two sequence supervisors approving color on something. And one day when I was working on the color on that film, I had to call a meeting in my office. And I had a problem because I was getting conflicting notes from people. And I found out one of the sequence supervisors was colorblind. And we found out that together on that day. And that was it. And that's not an uncommon thing. Some people have a better eye for color than not. And strangely, even you and I, our dominant eye probably sees color slightly different than our less dominant eye, which is fascinating. The grading session I was making a note of, beautiful shot. One of the best shots I've ever captured in my life. Went through a round of grading, and the sunset was turned into this like acrid greenish yellow that it just really wasn't on the day. And I provided the first light color, and I came to the grading session with a color calibrated screen with grabs of all of the shots to show people what I thought it looked like on the day. Because at the end of the day, if you're at the literally edge of the earth filming something, how do you convey that? And one of the harder colors, you know what pastels are? Like desaturated hues. Yeah. In the world of color theory, we call those like near neutrals. And a lot of people do not see subtle color transitions clearly. So for me, what the color needed to be was more of a peach color, a little bit redder, a little bit away from a greenish yellow, much more, because green and yellow happen, like that's fine. But on this particular sunset, the balancing act was a warmer, cooler juxtaposition. And it was a profound moment in that grading session for a lot of people in the room, because we got into a conversation about color. on a deep level, and not in a bad, mad way or anything like that. It was more of, what do you want people to feel when they experience this shot? You know, for some of my longer form aerial grades, you know, a shot might be transitioning during times of the day. The light might actually be changing because the shot is so long. And we might actually do adaptive color work during a take. Dimitri says, I had an exec being unhappy with dailies. He said they are way too dark. Turns out his iPhone was at 5% brightness. Case in point. I mean, that's kind of a silly one, but yes. Yeah, I mean, that's the other thing, like color grading monitors, you know, everyone's grading on these like $30,000 and $50,000 monitors and whatnot, but hard truth for me is almost every project that goes out my door gets quality controlled on like 5 to 9 screens. I mean, it's crazy, because the thing is when you are making content for consumer eyes, we don't know what they have. They might have a cheap ass laptop that only gets, you know, 46% of NTSC. And that's a crappy screen, but you know, the $300 laptop's a $300 laptop. What are you going to do?
Right.
But you got to test it on those things. Yeah.
Okay, you've been going almost 4 hours, and so I'm going to give you just the last question here, because it's kind of a fun one. We'll see. I'm interested to see if you
answer.
Has it
really been 4 hours?
It has been 3 hours and 51 minutes. Yes,
Holy
I told
crap.
you it goes by a lot faster than you think, because it's just, you know, more of a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because I don't know this answer for you, so it'll be interesting. Did you use 35 millimeter adapters on your HVX?
Yeah, I had a Brevis 35. Exactly, Jarek. Yeah, I still have it in a box somewhere. I mean, that thing was janky as hell. Bazooka mode. Yeah, I mean, these ground glass adapters are really, really interesting. I mean, truthfully, most of my professional work I shot on the HVX didn't use those adapters. God, man, that HVX was such a weird one to rig up. What was that, an 82 millimeter thread or an 86? I had to get like the diopters and all the close focusing wide lens.
Right.
And, yeah, it was a weird thing. But my Brevis 35, I did use, what did I use? I used Nikon. I think I used some Leica Rs modified for it. But most of my work on the HVX 200 was shot with just the clear lens, because long story short, you're adding so much into the optical chain that it's just a far cry from what you could get off of real film. Yes, it gives you that depth of field, and you know, that was good news. But when it came down to like image quality alone, it wasn't the best way to get the highest quality image off that camera. It was a good way to get a nice cinematic image off the camera, though. Go figure.
It had. I mean, I had the Red Rock Micro on order forever, and then I just ultimately canceled it at the last minute because I just didn't feel like it was going to do. Because I saw so many different 35 millimeter looks coming from it, and none of them just really appealed to me in the end. So I backed out on it.
Well, I used the Brevis because the one I made was awful. It was a big boxy thing.
Which one had the spinning glass in it?
The Brevises had vibrating glass.
Okay,
one of them had that rotating disc. I can't remember which one that was. But that little ground glass for the focusing plane was, I don't know. You know, it's interesting because we don't necessarily need that anymore. We now have affordable cameras
that can fit the sensor size. And
I think the new thing that's kind of classified in that world is, you know, speed boosters, which are both a useful tool, but also a lot of people don't understand that you're still adding optics into the mix.
Right.
And yes, you'll get a higher MTF reading center frame, but when you start getting out of the center of the frame, you're going to see more aberrations and probably lens distortion and all sorts of stuff. So, and I have a bunch here. I mean, I have every type of optical thing you can imagine. So,
yeah, we didn't talk about lenses. I mean, we didn't cover a lot of things. So you want to spend a few minutes and throw some lenses up just for fun? Because we need to get to that 4 hour point.
There's no way Matthew Duclos watched for 4 hours.
Duclos, are you still out there? Chime in on Facebook if you are. So, the Lettuce 35, that's the one that had the spinning, yes.
I have to give a shout out to him because Matthew has been a constant secret weapon for me. A little bit of Ryan Avery with all the different companies too that he's worked for.
Oh yeah.
But Duclos and I bonded off of something. So I brought this one out. This is a Canon. I'll put it by my head.
Yep. Don't have autofocus. Remember.
This is a Canon 55 millimeter FL mount, FL f1.2. And this lens was not easy to adapt to Canon EF mount. So quite literally, when I'm like 19 or 20 years old, I chopped off the rear of the lens, not down to the element, obviously. I harvested the mount. I measured everything. I did it the best I can. And this is actually just super glued on there. This was my first modified lens. And it sits now on a shelf because I have better ones. But Matthew Duclos with his Cinemods has been sort of like one of my secret weapons for all my weird lenses. So when I have a weird lens that I want to use on a project, if you saw on my screen, I had one of the Otis lenses in one of my aerial rigs, which at the time I was shooting that phase of that project, I was trying to shoot VistaVision, wide open, high quality aerials. And what I was doing before was Super 35. I went over to the Sumilux Cs because they were the highest quality Super 35 lenses at the time. But for VistaVision, it was a harder answer before the Tokinas and the Sigmas and anything. So Zeiss made this Otis set that I'm absolutely captivated by. They designed this set, and it really is what Zeiss truly stands for. I think it was a exercise in excellence. And when I got my first early look at the Dragon VistaVision when I shot Forged, the Otis 55 was my hero lens, but I was like, I need it to be more ideal for movie making applications so I can put it in a gimbal. So I went to Matthew, and what he'd made was the 114 millimeter bayonet attachable front. And this allows me to actually get a proper matte box on here. He also went out of his way to make metal slip rings for the focus gear instead of actually a Delrin gear like most of his Cinemods. I think I can show it there. Now, this is the Canon mount one, so it's just electronic iris. I don't roll iris that often. But this is what allowed me to shoot
Wrong one.
probably the highest quality slow motion night aerial cinematography ever done at that time. And it looked astounding. And I've continued to do all sorts of like weird lens modding. Here's a 60 or 80-year-old Schneider that I put into a smaller mount, which I'll have to readapt to something. And my latest is this medium format Meyer Gorlitz. It's a 75. It's a 2.8, but it's old. It's real old. Harvested from an old camera. I actually haven't shared images with this, but it's nice. It's got its own funk about it. Very perfect iris. One of the interesting ones, though, as you start exploring some of these older lenses, like this little Schneider 28, like look at this focal length, 38 millimeter. No one, what is that? So that's an interesting question mark. But I bought so many of these. There are some with a triangular iris that are like some of those super speeds, right? And that's a rare thing to find. And there's no documentation on this. There's no, I found several with the triangle iris, and there just randomly is. There's not a single piece of written paper I was able to find about it. Most of them have the hexagon like that. I don't know if you can see that clearly, probably not on the stream. But yeah, I got a bunch of weird, rare lenses, and I prefer using cinema optics day in and day out, but I have a bunch of weird glass that if I need a look or something special, you know, we got to go rogue. Right. You saw my most recent rare acquisition to pair with my Super 35 set. There were only 2 of these ever made, and one of them was stolen, so I have the only real one. The Schneider Cine Xenar 14 millimeter prime. It is bigger and heavier than any of the other ones in the set. And I don't plan on selling that set of lenses, and I do plan on using them actually quite a bit with Komodo. They were kind of my go-to set with Dragon 6K. Almost all of my commercial shoots were shot on these this set. These are beautiful lenses. I spent a fortune on them, but you're gonna have to kind of pry them out of my dead hands. I have expanders to use them on VistaVision even. They're just beautiful. They're the best way I'd ever describe the look off of them is if you properly from the ground up made a cinema set of Leica R lenses. Late 90s era Leica R lenses, you get a set of Cinezine R3s. And yeah, it was a good set.
I already know this answer, but if you had to pick one.
Oh boy, tough question for me. So the long answer there, Shane, is I need to know what format I'm shooting on, because whatever the focal length I'm going to choose is probably close to normal, meaning like close to the field of view of a human, or slightly wider typically for me. Some people would tend on longer just to get that more depth, that more intimate punch in. For me on VistaVision, it's somewhere between a 35 and a 55 prime. On Super 35, it's probably between like a 21 and a 40, somewhere in there. Beautiful lenses are superb. So like on VistaVision, I don't mind just going out with a Zeiss Otis 55, but truthfully, it's a little bit long. You know, I think, actually, I don't know if you can see it behind me, but the Monstro behind me has that new IRIX 45 millimeter prime on it. And it's a cheap lens, but the focal length is quite nice on VistaVision because it's a little bit closer to 40 millimeter, like on a 5D or something like that. So I'm all about that field of view, that depth, but the lens has to have good character, a pleasing lens flare, a nice draw, pleasing acutance, the way it draws a line, basically. I do tend to prefer lenses that don't breathe when I pull focus. I mean, my next lens I'm going to buy, I just got the Tokina Cinema Vista 135, and that lens is a technical accomplishment. I mean, awards need to be won for that sort of class. But I'll probably get the 28 T15 Sigma. I love the 28 millimeter focal length. On both formats. It's wide or normal, depending on what you're doing. And right now, my world is Super 35 and VistaVision, and sometimes larger formats, but then it gets into a hairier category. Good question.
All right. So is there anything we didn't cover? Anything that you want to talk about or say before?
How have you been, man?
Huh? What's that?
How have you been?
I've been fantastic. I mean, as fantastic as I can be isolated here at home. I mean, opening up my world. I'm enjoying what I've discovered because of this is now I can actually do interviews. And I've talked about these for 2 years. I want to do them. There's so many people I want to bring on like yourself to just.
I've totally seen you talk to people before. You could always do this.
I don't think so. I did it one time and it was a bad embarrassment. It was so bad that it just, I mean, yeah, all consuming. This works. Yeah. Other than Facebook not working today. But I mean, I'm good. I'm in a really weird creative rut.
Okay.
I probably just need to escape and get out there and film something because that's kind of where I want to be right now. But I'm good. I can't really complain. I'm definitely doing better than most. I feel okay.
Yeah.
And
I mean, my downtime has been a medley of working out and then not working out because you're quarantined, and it was I even have a treadmill in my living room at the moment, but I'm back on the workout side of that and probably for the rest of the month. But I've been staying busy, man. I obviously have some stuff I'm testing out and some prototype stuff and some new lenses. Like I got these new Laowa RF things that I'm kind of tinkering around with at the moment, and they're fun. And that 12 millimeter rectilinear that they made for VistaVision, super cool.
It's really cool.
Breathes when you focus, but like super wide field of view. But yeah, I mean, you saw that I did the tools release.
Yes.
And that was quite a bit of programming because I had to figure out a lot of crap there. Film color R3 and some other things are imminent. So for those of you holding out on those, I have been emailed several times and I respond nothing because I really don't want anyone to know about it. There's been 3 people on Earth who know what I've been doing for the last couple of years developing these LUTs. And if you've been following and stalking my Instagram, you've noticed I shot with film in that time frame. I'm certain you know I have. Some of that is going to manifest its way into Film Color Release 3, as well as some other stuff. And I'm really excited for people to use it. I think a lot of people will have access to it. I appreciate the support on that project. I would not have spent and continue to spend that much time on it unless people wanted it. And it is just there enough for me. Honestly, with all the little things I do too, even like the filter crates and stuff, like it's just enough there for me to really want to do it. As long as if I'm finding use for it, someone else probably is. I mean, I'm a filmmaker as much as anybody else, so I do appreciate that. Yeah, thanks guys. This was a good one, Scott.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun. There's a lot of technical in here that people probably were going to go back and rewatch, and I encourage it. I'm probably going to rewatch it too because there are times I'm sitting over here trying to line up questions and everything, and I'm hearing what you're saying, and I'm like, no, I want to hear that, and I just
this is not that technical. I can go crazy if you really want me to.
I know you can, and we may have you come back one day when all the dust settles everywhere and you have a free moment that you care to share more.
Well, it's been a pleasure, and thanks for everybody who watched. I don't know if anyone stayed there for the 4 hours and 6 minutes that I now see I have on my screen.
I think Allie did. I think Allie's been here the whole time.
Nice. Well, congrats on that. You've set the record as much as we have. We didn't do the longest record, but
but
this is 2 hours longer than I thought we'd be.
Yeah, I know. I told you it was going to go a lot longer than you thought. Well, I mean, thank you so much, Phil. Really, I appreciate you as always. I appreciate your friendship and your creativity and your ear. All the times that I just text you in the middle of the night saying, "Hey, what do you think about?" And I appreciate you more than you could possibly know. And all of these people here, they all are appreciating you more than you could possibly know. Well, taco, that does sound good. It's taco day. Thank you, Phil. Yep. Truly, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm going to drop you out, but don't hang up yet. I'll be right to you in just a second here.
Thanks, guys.
But thanks, everyone, for joining us here on the live stream. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for being a part. Put any questions you have down below. If there's any good stuff, I'll pass them on to Phil, make sure we get some type of answer at some point. I mean, he's a busy guy. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you, Phil, for being a part of this. And as always, as I like to leave it, don't let your passions center around your life. Let your life center around your passions. Bye. Ending broadcast.